को बादल फटने की घटना में अब तक जो है 13 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हो चुकी है और 40 लोग अभी भी लापता है और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन आज 5वें दिन भी लगातार जारी है। NDRF, आर्मी, ITBP, CISF, हिमाचल पुलिस, होम गार्ड्स लगातार जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं। पिछले कल की अगर मैं बात करूं तो पिछले कल 4 डेड बॉडीज़ रिकवर हुई है। 2 रामपुर के से 14 किलोमीटर दूर जो है घटनास्थल से 14 किलोमीटर दूर रिकवर हुई है और 2 जो है मंडी में राजबन में 2 डेड बॉडीज़ रिकवर हुई है और कुल मिलाकर अब मरने वालों की जो संख्या है वो 13 हो गई है। 13 शव अब तक जो है पिछले 5 दिन में रिकवर हुए हैं और 40 लोग अभी भी लापता है। कई सैकड़ों में की संख्या में सड़कें हिमाचल प्रदेश में बंद है। 200 के करीब बिजली के ट्रांसफार्मर जो है ठप पड़े हुए हैं और इसी तरह से जो है 90 के करीब जो है पानी की स्कीमें भी जो है ठप पड़ी हुई है। और अभी भी हिमाचल प्रदेश में अगर मैं मौसम की बात करूं तो मौसम जो है अगले 9 अगस्त तक यानी 5 दिन अभी भी जो है मौसम विभाग ने येलो अलर्ट जारी किया है।
Moving on to the other big political story that we're tracking, the conflict between the Congress-led Karnataka government and Governor Thuggery Gehlot has escalated amid the raging row over the alleged Mysuru Urban Development Authority scam, or the Buddha scam as it is being called. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been under the fire from the BJP, which has accused his wife Parvati of illegally benefiting from the alleged scam. The BJP has alleged that there have been several irregularities in the compensatory sites allotted by the Development Authority to Siddaramaiah's wife at an upscale area in Mysuru with high property value in exchange for her land that it acquired to develop a residential layout. These are serious allegations against the Chief Minister and his family. Will the Karnataka Chief Minister be prosecuted? That's the big question. The Governor is likely to decide on the Chief Minister's prosecution request. Remember, Thuggery Gehlot, the Governor of Karnataka, is in the national capital. The Council of Ministers in Karnataka, of course, it's a Congress-led government, has advised the Governor against it.
This also comes in the wake of protests that are on, staged by the BJP, a protest march of sorts staged by the BJP from Bengaluru to Mysore. The BJP has also been planning on holding a rally of sorts in Mysore towards the weekend, and that is when the Congress is also trying to plan its counter strategy, and that is precisely why this meeting was held, which was chaired by both Mr. K.C. Venugopal as well as Randeep Surjewala, where they did hold a meeting with Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and they did speak about how this is BJP's ploy to destabilize the government as well as dislodge them. And they have also taken steps to ensure that each of those ministers will be heading back to their constituencies, trying to promote the achievements that have been gained by the Congress, and also talk about the guarantees that are being rolled out by the Congress government there. So this has been a counter strategy that has been put in place by the Congress there, but definitely as far as the Karnataka's political scene is concerned, it's quite volatile right now.
All right, I believe we have breaking news. It is coming in the coaching center deaths. The Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the 3 UPSC aspirants who died in the basement flooding of the Rao Coaching Institute in the Rajendra Nagar area in the national capital. The Supreme Court has now issued a notice to both the centre and the Delhi government. The Supreme Court has questioned the governments on what safety norms have been prescribed after the deaths. The Supreme Court noted that coaching centres have become death chambers. So this, of course, is the latest information that is in fact coming in at the moment. The Supreme Court taking suo motu cognizance of the coaching centre deaths and issuing a notice there to the state and the central government. Notices have been issued to both the Delhi government as well as the central governments. The Supreme Court has issued a significant order regarding the creation of safety guidelines for coaching centres, remember calling them death chambers. The Supreme Court, of course, remarked that coaching centers are playing with the lives of children. So very stern and scathing observations against coaching centers in the Supreme Court, stating that coaching centers have become death chambers. The Supreme Court, remember, took suo motu cognizance of the accidents that have taken place at the coaching centers following the death of 3 UPSC aspirants at the coaching center in Rajendra Nagar in Delhi. The Supreme Court took suo motu cognizance of the case and issued notices to both state and central governments. The Supreme Court has also asked about the implementation of safety regulations and has asked the Attorney General to assist the court in this matter. The court mentioned that if coaching centers do not meet safety norms, they could be shifted to an online mode. But this decision is something the court said is not being made at the moment. But the court has essentially said that if guidelines are not followed as far as the infrastructure on the coaching centers is concerned, then they could in fact operate online. Let's go right across to NDTV. Sunil Prabhu joining us with the very latest. Sunil, what happened in court? We're given to understand that the Supreme Court in fact has taken suo motu cognizance of the coaching center deaths and issued a notice to both the center and the state.
Yeah, so basically what happened in the court is that Justice Surya Kant as well as Justice Ujjwal Bhuyan, who were hearing the matter in dismissing an appeal for a coaching center federation where they had, in the institutes of Mukherjee Nagar, where they had taken this decision. It's in that context that the Supreme Court has suo motu decided to issue notices to the Delhi government as well as the center to get a final verdict. Their viewpoint before deciding on this issue. As we were commenting earlier, there has been a death of UPSC aspirants. So basically, what guidelines are being done? What are the steps being made? It's in that context that the Supreme Court has issued notices to the Delhi government, to the Chief Secretary, to the central government about implementation of safety regulations in coaching centers, and has asked the Attorney General to assist the court in this matter. They have also mentioned that if they do not meet safety norms, then they should be shifted to online mode. But this decision is being made at the moment. So it's in this context that the Supreme Court, Justice Surya Kant as well as Justice Ujjwal Bhuyan, who were hearing this matter, decided in this regard.
All right. Well, scathing observations there being made by the Supreme Court calling coaching centers as death chambers. This is the court has taken suo motu cognizance. It remains to be seen whether pending a thorough investigation on the conditions in which these coaching centers are working, they are actually shifted to an online mode. If they are, it will indeed be a very significant move. Sunil, we'll keep coming back to you for more updates on these big developments. Let's shift our focus now to the other big political development. The government is set to bring in a bill in Parliament to amend the 1995 law governing the Waqf boards to ensure more accountability and transparency in their functioning and mandatory inclusion of women in these bodies. This is what sources have indicated. They claim that the move comes in the backdrop of demands from within the Muslim community. The bill to amend the Waqf Act 1995 will make it mandatory for these boards to register their properties with district collectors to ensure their actual valuation. There are 30 Waqf boards in the country right now. Stiff resistance coming in from opposition parties, which have decided that they will oppose any changes being made to the Waqf Act. So this is a bill that is in the works. Sources have indicated that the cabinet has cleared around 40 amendments to the Act, indicating that the bill will be brought into Parliament in this session itself. Sources have also indicated that at least 2 women will be included in the council and state board. So several changes being mulled. A bitter political fight will ensue. Let's listen in to the political reactions.
मुसलमान भाइयों को कैसे उनके अधिकारों को छीना जाए, उनकी अधिकार जो मिले हैं, जिन्हें आज़ादी के अधिकार हैं या उनके स्वतंत्र जो अधिकार हैं, उनके अपने धर्म को लेकर के अपनी कामकाज की व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने के लिए, और केवल वक्फ बोर्ड नहीं, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देखिए कितने समझदार हैं सरकार के, उन्हें उर्दू में ये पता लगा कि नुज़ूल उर्दू शब्द है, उन्हें समझाते रहे अधिकारी कि नज़ूल का मतलब कुछ और है, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, नज़ूल मतलब मुसलमानों की जमीन है ये।
Me is Pramod Tiwari, Rajya Sabha MP sir. The government has been planning to bring 40 amendments in the Waqf Code. How do you see that?
ये तो सिर्फ मीडिया में है। अगर उन्हें लाना है तो पहले जिस समुदाय के लिए ला रहे हैं उससे बात करें, फिर ये बात करें हम लोगों से, और हम लोगों तो शुरुआत करने के पहले अपने सहयोगियों से पूछ ले जेडीयू का रुख क्या है, तेलुगु देशम का रुख क्या है, फिर बात।
All right, we'll continue to get you all the latest political reactions to that, but let's shift our focus now to the other big political development we're tracking ahead of assembly elections in Maharashtra that are slated to be held later this year. Stakes are very high for the Ajit Pawar-led NCP, specifically as after Mawal, where the BJP and the NCP have locked horns. Indapur is another seat in Pune district where tension is brewing between alliance partners of the Mahayuti. This, remember, as the Mahayuti had a tough time, agreeing on a seat-sharing deal even ahead of the Lok Sabha elections that led to a massive debacle for the Mahayuti and specifically for Ajit Pawar-led NCP. The NCP is also likely to face problems in the Madha seat of Solapur as party MLA Baban Shinde on Sunday met with the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, creating ripples in the political circles. NCP's Ajit Pawar faction is holding this crucial meeting today, which is going to be followed by a press conference as well. And this comes close on the heels of the Sharad Pawar meeting with Chief Minister Eknath Shinde on Saturday. And while, of course, he's the Chief Minister and it's a routine meeting, what has once again raised several eyebrows is the fact that Sharad Pawar and Eknath Shinde have met for a second time in the last 10 days. Remember, it was widely speculated that there will be some kind of political regrouping between Mahayuti, or rather factionalism emerging between Mahayuti leaders after the Lok Sabha debacle. Devendra Fadnavis has met Amit Shah multiple times. Eknath Shinde also planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in the next couple of days. As far as MV is concerned, Congress very, very confident. It had been holding multiple meetings with the central leadership as well. In the presence of Rahul Gandhi, Congress will be launching its campaign for Maharashtra in a few days. There will be a joint meeting of the MV as well. Congress also vying for close to 150, 160 seats. So is Uddhav Sena. Uddhav Sena also could be in Delhi for the next few days, perhaps to meet some of the Congress central leadership. And as far as Sharad Pawar is concerned, he is vying for close to 80 seats is the information we are getting. Of course, seat sharing is in its initial primary stage. Too early to say what the seat sharing formula will be. But all of them, all these parties trying hard in the negotiation table, and it will happen in the days to come as well. A CM face not really decided by either MVA or Mahayuti. So multiple meet and greet happening, not just within the party, but also within the party lines, within the rival leaders as well. In fact, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had met Sharad Pawar multiple times over reservation issue. So yes, we will see multiple discussions happening in the next few days and next few months as well. And all of them will assume significance considering assembly polls are around the corner and the political landscape is only undergoing a lot of change, considering the fact that there have been splits and divisions within the regional parties, and there could be, leaders perhaps switching sides ahead of assembly polls as well. So a lot of murmurs and rumors doing the rounds that there could be switchovers happening ahead of assembly polls. All right, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, will visit flood-affected areas of Pune today, according to sources. He will also meet district administration and other agencies engaged in disaster relief. The city has been experiencing persistently heavy rainfall for the past few days. And Pune, of course, several parts of the city are inundated, as you can see there on your screens, given the excess water that has been released from the Khadakwasla Dam. The Indian Army, of course, has carried out rescue and relief work in the Ekta Nagar area on Sunday as well. Radhika joins us live with the very latest. Radhika, what is the situation on the ground as far as Pune is concerned, and the Chief Minister is likely to visit as well? That's right. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be visiting flood-affected areas in Pune in just a bit. In fact, it had been raining heavily in Pune over the last several days, which saw a lot of flooding. In fact, there was a release of water from the dam. At least about 35,000 cusecs of water was released early this morning, which led to more flooding. However, the rain situation has subsided. It's not been raining today, although an orange alert has been issued for Pune. So rain's expected in the next few hours as a result of discharge of water from
nearby dams into the river. There had been a lot of flooding, especially in areas like Shivaji Nagar and Ekta Nagar. Of course, Indian Army were deployed, officials from NDRF and SDRF also were deployed, carrying out rescue and relief operations over the last few days. In fact, a lot of water also gushed into many of the homes in Ekta Nagar and Shivaji Nagar. People have been rescued from there. People have been evacuated from many of these flood-affected regions over the last couple of days. At this point, of course, things are under control as a result of evacuation, but there could be more flooding in other areas if the rain situation intensifies. In Pune today, Eknath Shinde will be visiting all these affected regions and also be meeting emergency control officials as well as officials from the civic authorities and of course from the NDRF, SDRF and Army in order to understand the current situation and take stock of the situation at this point, and also be visiting people who are in multiple relief camps in Pune as well.
Thanks very much, Radhika, for that update. As far as Pune is concerned, but do stay on with us. We also tracking this unfortunate story of civic apathy once again claiming another life. This is also a story from Maharashtra where a 4-year-old child died after falling into a manhole while playing in the Mukund Nagar area of the Ahmednagar district of Maharashtra. There's dramatic and very disturbing CCTV footage that has surfaced of the incident. The child has been identified as Samar Sheikh. The incident is said to have happened at around 5 p.m. last evening, and it's alleged that the manhole lid was not properly installed. Radhika joins us again with the very latest on this. Radhika, another case of glaring civic apathy, killing an innocent 4-year-old child who just fell into an open manhole while playing. What really happened? We're given to understand that it was perhaps a lid that was not installed properly, and now an investigation is underway. What's the latest?
That's right. The lid of that manhole was not installed properly, as a result of which this 4-year-old child fell into it and died. Very, very unfortunate incident which unfolded in Ahmednagar last evening. This happened at about 5 to 6 p.m. The child was playing near his residence when he stepped onto that manhole and the lid unfortunately was not properly installed, which is why he fell inside it. Very, very tragic, of course. Inquiry is on. Of course, this is civic apathy. However, nobody from the civic authority has been booked yet. We'll have to wait and see what happens, whether an official will be held accountable for this glaring civic apathy. At this point, of course, what we're given to understand is that this incident happened last evening. After the boy went missing, the boy was not found. The parents started searching for him, couldn't find him, which is when they came across the CCTV footage. And later, when he was taken out of the manhole, he was unfortunately dead by then. He was rushed to the hospital, but however, he couldn't be revived. So yes, at this point, of course, police has taken cognizance of this. We've seen manhole related deaths in the past as well. In Mumbai itself, we saw over the last few years the number of people dying due to the lid of the manhole not being installed properly, weak lids leading to it, especially during monsoons. And Bombay High Court had also taken cognizance of this, pulled up civic authorities, asked them to ensure that all the manholes across the state are repaired properly. However, these incidents continue to happen. Unfortunately, now remains to be seen what kind of investigations will happen and whether any officials from the civic department will be held accountable.
Thanks, Radhika. We will, of course, continue to track the latest as far as the investigation is concerned, and will heads roll, and will there be accountability that will be fixed for yet another innocent life lost to killer civic apathy. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. We'll bring you more news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition.
Welcome back. Indian markets have experienced one of the worst falls today following the global bloodbath, with both the Sensex and the Nifty registering high losses. The global sell-off has sparked the Nifty and Sensex to decline almost 1.5%. Markets have plunged on global cues, triggering a massive sell-off. The Sensex trading below 80,000. The rupee is also weakened to an all-time low, but India is doing relatively better than other Asian markets. Japan's stocks have plunged as much as 7%. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj with the details.
Weak US economic cues and the reaction by US investors fueling a global market sell-off. Now, what really was this weak economic data in particular? Well, worse than expected jobs data from the US really trickled in these fears, recession fears resurfacing, and US investors reacting to that data on Friday. We saw the sharp sell-off on Wall Street, followed by Asian markets plunging as much as 5% on Friday and extending that decline to as much as 7% today. We've seen India's Nifty and Sensex and benchmark indices at large also extend the declines witnessed on Friday. Both benchmark indices sliding over 2%. Broader markets also trading sharply lower. Investor wealth significantly eroded. Now, what happens when a sell-off like this happens? We also see the impact on currencies. Remember, the rupee also opened at its record low, weakened to a record low after US recession fears resurfaced. Now, asset classes like gold, also remember, gold is considered a safe haven in times of crisis, in uncertain times, and therefore we see an uptick in gold prices. So, of course, an impact on all asset classes as we see. We've seen equity markets plunge. We've seen currency also factoring in those recession concerns, and precious metals rise in trade in times of uncertainty.
All right, we will of course continue to get you the latest from the markets. Let's now shift our focus to the latest that we're tracking as far as the unrest in Bangladesh is concerned. Over 100 people have died in fresh clashes in Bangladesh as protesters continue to demand the resignation of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. The anti-government protesters have clashed with ruling party supporters yesterday again in fresh clashes that have broken out. The clashes broke out when protesters attending a non-cooperation program to demand the government's resignation faced opposition from government supporters. The Bangladesh Home Ministry has decided to impose an indefinite countrywide curfew amid fierce clashes, and mobile internet was tightly restricted countrywide. Let's listen in to the latest. My colleague Ghazali brings us the latest.
despite a lull in the agitation in the last few days, it has reignited, and now the protesters or the students group, and primarily Student Against Discrimination is one group which is spearheading this protest. They are now demanding Sheikh Hasina to resign. And what we are being told from the local media there in Bangladesh is that the Awami League held a meeting yesterday, and now they have decided that they will use force to quell this protest and remove the protesters from the streets who are demanding the resignation of Sheikh Hasina. As far as India is concerned, it has interests in Bangladesh. It's an immediate neighbor, and India has also issued an advisory for its nationals who are staying in Dhaka to be in touch with the embassy and also keep an eye on the latest developments. As also, they have also advised nationals not to go into Bangladesh. So that is something which is developing now, and Indian agencies are also keeping an eye on the development there, because as per reports, there are many anti-India elements also who are involved in this protest. Jamaat Islami, one of the groups which has been banned by the Bangladesh government over this ongoing protest, is also involved in the protest, and that is why it's a big concern for India as well.
All right, let's shift our focus now to the other big international story. UK Prime Minister has warned far-right protesters on Sunday that they would quote-unquote regret participating in England's worst rioting in the last 13 years. Mr. Starmer's statement came as more violence broke out across the country in the wake of stabbing rampage at a dance class that left 3 girls dead and many more wounded.
One month into office as Prime Minister of Britain, Sir Keir Starmer's biggest challenge is currently underway. Britain has not seen rioting and social unrest of this kind after riots broke out in multiple cities by far-right protesters and anti-immigrant protesters. Cities such as Manchester, Hull, Belfast, Bristol, Stoke-on-Trent, even parts of London has seen sporadic, spontaneous protesters disrupting violence, breaking public property, attacking the police. 90 arrests have been made thus far, and on this weekend, if you are driving across cities such as London and other main cities in the UK, there are the greater chances that you may be giving way to fastly moving, roving policemen in their cars with sirens burning. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said that these protests are sowing hate. He and the Home Secretary and the entire Labour government that has been newly elected in Britain has offered full support to the police teams to arrest, contain any sort of social unrest that's happening across the cities over the next few days.
I utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online and then running away themselves. This is not protest, it is organised, violent thuggery, and it has no place on our streets or online.
Occupants, mainly tourists, at a South Yorkshire hotel stared in fear and worry from the top floor as rioters attacked that particular hotel in South Yorkshire in England, otherwise a sleepy town and a calm town and a tourist attraction. Through bricks, broke glass windows, even managed to have a fire break out in the hotel. Arrests have been made, and the protests in that location have been contained.
Well, it's very shocking to see this sort of racial violence motivated by far-right-wing Elizabeth extremists. I didn't see anything was bad for many years, but it needs to be dealt with robustly.
A rapid response process has been initiated whereby emergency security will be provided across mosques in Britain after racist and anti-immigration protests have worried and disturbed Britain after many, many years. Radhika Iyer in London, NDTV.
Moving on, the foreign ministers of major G7 democracies have called on all parties involved in the current conflict in the Middle East to avoid actions that could lead to potential escalation. The G7 ministers expressed strong concerns about the recent events that could lead to a wider regional spread if the crisis, starting with Lebanon, they said in a statement. Tensions heightened on Sunday in the Middle East, with the US moving warships to the region to defend Israel if Iran attacks, while several Western governments urgently told citizens to leave Lebanon as Hezbollah launched a barrage of strikes targeting Israel. Well, moving on to more news that we're tracking from across the country. It's been 5 years today since the abrogation of Article 370, which took away Jammu and Kashmir's special status and statehood. The state was split into 2 union territories following its revocation. The Jammu and Kashmir unit of the BJP will hold a rally to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Article 370 abrogation. Security has been beefed up in the region as a precautionary measure to maintain law and order during the event. Opposition parties, including the Congress and the PDP, have criticized the BJP for organizing a ceremony to commemorate the day.
I'm standing right now at Lal Chowk, and the Lal Chowk tells the story that it's open, traffic is normal, everything appears to be normal. But scratch the surface a bit, you would see the situation is not really black and white. Abrogation of Article 370 has disrupted the status quo. It has changed Jammu and Kashmir forever, divided into 2 union territories. Since then, there have been, differing views and the narrative. The government is saying it has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. It is changing things, giving employment, investment, development, and peace. A while back, in the morning, there was rain for half an hour or so. And it really, most of the roads in Srinagar, and they were inundated, there was water logging. So the least people could have expected the best drainage system. Thankfully, sun come back, it is sunny again, and weather has improved, so traffic can move normally across Srinagar. But the larger point is, while BJP is today celebrating abrogation of Article 370, opposition parties are saying it is a dark day. Congress has said it is a dark day for Jammu and Kashmir because its statehood was smashed. So other regional parties as well. Ladakh, we have seen this uneasy calm in Ladakh for last several years. There have been, 4 years at least, there have been protests, hunger strikes demanding statehood and, 6th schedule, which gives them almost the same powers which they use, rights which they used to enjoy under Article 370 and 35A. In the valley, there's tourism boom. But in Jammu, it is terrorism. It is infiltration. And while the valley has been, Sri Kashmir Valley, counting tourists, and in Jammu, it is for last more than 1 year, at least for last 3 years, we see counting infiltration attempts and see. Here at Lal Chowk, it is the normal day, like any other day. The days of shutdown are gone. There's no stone pelting, but we see militancy has spread to the areas, particularly in Jammu region, which were completely free from militancy. So if you talk to the opposition, they will tell you how things have gone horribly wrong. And more importantly, Jammu and Kashmir is without elected representative. There's no democracy, has been in a suspended animation for last now more than 6 years. Last assembly elections were held in 2014. And now Election Commission is visiting Jammu and Kashmir this week. The ECI panel, headed by Chief Election Commissioner, are visiting from Thursday for 3 days to review the preparation for the assembly elections, which are long ordeal. So people are hoping that elections are held. BJP has formed its election manifesto committee. So other parties, National Conference, they are already formed their election manifesto committee. They are seeking suggestions from the people. But this day has been, disruption in the status quo in many ways. There have been, improvements in certain areas, but there have been really horrible things that happen, particularly when it comes to the militancy front, that to the Jammu region, which is facing the brunt of this type of militancy. So here at Lal Chowk, everything appears normal, but this is not the total picture of Jammu and Kashmir for the last 5 months.
Let's shift our focus to the latest from Kerala now. Survivors at relief camps and hospitals continue to hunt for family members as rescue operations continue in full force a week after the tragedy hit Wayanad. Landslides have triggered now a massive political row between the state and the centre, with several lessons and environmental concerns that were ignored. The massive landslides that rocked Kerala's Wayanad have claimed over 300 lives. In fact, almost 370 people have died in these landslides that took place on the 30th of July. Rescue teams in Wayanad have stepped up search and rescue operations by deploying advanced radars, drones and heavy machinery to locate survivors. My colleague Pratibha Raman has been reporting from Ground Zero. Meanwhile, a bitter face-off continues here with the state and the centre at loggerheads over ecologically sensitive zones in Kerala. The Union Environment Minister has hit out at the Kerala government for ignoring notifications on ecologically sensitive zones. This as the Union government has issued a 6th notification to bring 55,000 square kilometers of the Western Ghats under the ecologically sensitive zone category. This has been met with stiff resistance, not just from the Kerala government, but also from the Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Goa and Maharashtra governments. Minister from Kerala, the MP from Kerala, though, continues to say that the centre has refused to listen. Let's listen in to both sides.
Wayanad in Kerala is reeling under unspeakable tragedy with over 300 people dead due to landslides. A lot of it is being blamed on reckless commercial activities. Joining me now is Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav. Thank you, Mr. Yadav, for speaking to NDTV. I remember you went to Wayanad when the man versus wild conflict was at its peak. How do you see something like this disaster that has happened in Wayanad, sir?
जो मेन रीज़न सामने निकल कर के आ रहा है वो इस चीज़ को दिखा रहा है कि वहाँ पर लगातार इलीगल ह्यूमन हैबिटेट को बसाने का काम किया, टूरिज़्म के नाम पर एनक्रोचमेंट करने का काम किया। इको सेंसिटिव जोन का जो प्लान होना था वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने प्रॉपर्ली तैयार नहीं किया और ये सब चीज़ें न्यूज़पेपर रिपोर्ट के अंतर्गत लगातार आई है। वेस्टर्न घाट का जो पूरा सेंसिटिव एरिया, क्योंकि वहाँ पर रेनफॉल ज़्यादा है, भूमि का जो है वो शैलो लैंड है और रिवर एरिया का जो विशेष रूप से ज़्यादा है और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में पेड़ों के काटने का काम हुआ है। इसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमारी मिनिस्ट्री के द्वारा नोटिफिकेशन में निकाला गया था और बाद में चूँकि ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का सब्जेक्ट है, लैंड की ऑनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट होती है, तो हमने कहा था कि आप इसमें लोगों के ग्रीवेंसेस को पूरा करके जो फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार है उनकी कमेटी को रिपोर्ट दीजिए। उसको भी देने का काम नहीं किया गया। मुझे लगता है कि चूँकि लैंड ओनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है फॉरेस्ट की, उनको इको सेंसिटिव जोन की जो गाइडलाइंस है उनका पालन करना चाहिए और पालन करने के साथ ही साथ उनको इस बात का ध्यान देना चाहिए कि ये जो एरियाज़ हैं इसमें इलीगल जो बस्तियाँ बसाते हैं लोकल प्रोटेक्शन के दबाव में, और दूसरा जो इलीगल माइनिंग है ये बड़ा इशू है, इसको उनको एड्रेस करना चाहिए। इसको प्रॉपर एड्रेस करने पर ही हम नेचर को बचा सकेंगे। और दूसरा, देश भर में हम लोगों ने ट्री आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट लगाने के लिए भी और डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट के लिए भी एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान चलाया है। मुझे लगता है इस तरह के अभियान हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चलाने चाहिए और कम से कम उन एरियाज़ में जहाँ मिट्टी का कटाव पेड़ों के कटने के कारण होता है वहाँ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगाने चाहिए।
सर, ये ESZ नोटिफिकेशन जो है इसको एक्सपेडाइट करने के लिए सेंटर क्या करिए? बिकॉज वेस्टर्न घाट्स
देखो, इसके लिए जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को कराने के लिए एक चीज़ तो कही गई थी कि आप अपने गाँव को फाइनलाइजेशन करिए। बाद में वो लोग लगातार बदलते रहे, हमारे पास भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे। मैं वायनाड गया तो वहाँ के चर्च वगैरह के भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे, तो मैंने उन्हें कहा कि भाई आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ इस पे एक सही तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट भिजवाइए। फिर बाद में मैंने फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में कमेटी का भी गठन किया। वो भी लगातार 1 साल तक जा रहे हैं, पर जो रिपोर्ट्स स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को देने चाहिए, जो सबमिशन देने चाहिए, वो निश्चित रूप से वो देने में देरी कर रहे हैं। उनको अपना एक जिम्मेदारी पूरी करनी चाहिए। एक बार होने के बाद इसको हम फाइनलाइजेशन कर देंगे।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That was Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav saying that the state government in Kerala has not been cooperating when it comes to giving submissions of reports. There is a central committee that's already in place and that is working on the ESZ notification. With camera person Sanjay, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV.
No, the state government has already unanimously passed the resolution in the state legislative assembly that to extend the area or exempt the area, some area from the ecologically sensitive area. That is a unanimous resolution passed by the state legislative assembly. The government has to consider it. Now they have already declared 133 villages that was existence as per the Kasturi Rangan report. Our suggestion is, because the habitation of the people there and so many other issues were there, so it is after having an expert committee study, the state government has suggested to have an amendment to the ecologically sensitive area, so it has to be exempted some particular area. Unfortunately, the government is not hearing the mindset of the people or the will of the people of the state of Kerala. Instead of that, they are unilaterally declaring it as ecologically sensitive area. That is the reason by which we are opposing. We are not opposing, we are making a suggestion to the government to kindly examine it. See this, we can very well convince the government of India that it cannot be done because of so many not political reasons, social conditions of that particular area.
They are also saying that the state government is hesitating in submitting the reports as well that needs to be prepared for Western Ghats. They've been constantly saying that they should.
This is actually on the basis of the Madhav Gadkal report. The Kasturi Rangan committee has been appointed and they have submitted the report, on which government of Kerala has also conducted a study by appointing an expert committee. That expert committee found out some solutions that we have submitted to the government of India. Unfortunately, the government of India is not taking into consideration the views of the government of Kerala, the people of Kerala, considering the huge density of population and so many institutions and all these in a particular area. Declaring it as an ecologically sensitive area means it is very difficult to convince them and it is very difficult to make it practical.
माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly.
And it's the top court that is focusing on the Delhi coaching centre deaths, and the Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance and has issued a notice to government here in Delhi, accusing this is as far as the court has slammed the authorities for failing to regulate coaching centres, accusing them of playing with the lives of children. Coaching centres have become death chambers, is what the court has said. Civic apathy kills again in Maharashtra. A child falls into an open manhole and dies. A 4-year-old has died in Ahmednagar district. The manhole lid allegedly was not installed properly. Setback for the Aam Aadmi Party in the Supreme Court. With the Supreme Court there saying that the LG can appoint aldermen. This is the Supreme Court saying that the LG does not need Delhi government's advice. Over 370 people have died in the landslides in Wayanad, and the tragedy in which the Union Environment Minister is blaming the government of Kerala. It's the centre versus Kerala's government over ecologically sensitive zones. Bhupendra Yadav has gone on to say that Kerala government is not cooperating with the centre, and the Kollam MP has spoken to NDTV saying that the centre is not ready to hear what the Kerala's government has to say. And it's the 5th anniversary as far as the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Jammu and Kashmir is a torchbearer of India's growth story, is what the government is saying. However, the opposition and the Muslim bodies are in fact of a different view. However, the focus is on the state polls, and the Election Commission will be visiting next week. And global cues trigger massive market sell-off. Asian markets plunge. Nifty and Sensex slide over 2.5%. The rupee weakens to a record low. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadla. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the Supreme Court today issued notice to the centre and the government of Delhi over the death of 3 students. They drowned in a flooded basement of an IAS coaching centre as far as the national capital's Rajendra Nagar area is concerned, and that took place due to heavy rainfall last month. Now, during the hearing, the court has slammed authorities for failing to regulate coaching centres, accusing them of playing with the lives of children. Coaching centres have become death chambers, is what the court said. My colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, very strong words there in the Supreme Court of coaching centres that have now become death chambers. Those are the exact words that the Supreme Court used this morning.
So today, as the Supreme Court heard this very important matter of a coaching federation which had wanted, there was a levy relating to Mukherjee Nagar where the payment had to be done and they wanted some relief. The Supreme Court said no, and in fact suo moto decided to issue notices not only to the Delhi government through the Chief Secretary but also to the centre on this very, very important issue. They said the young people, as you pointed out, have lost their lives. There has to be compliance in terms of coaching institutes for the safety of the students, otherwise they should hold it online. And they've in fact issued an order saying that they must comply with the master plan of 2021 of Delhi, all coaching centres. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court came down heavily and wanted the centre as well as the state to give their response on this very important issue so as to ensure that in future young students, young aspirants do not face the same trauma as that unfortunate incident took place in Rajendra Nagar.
Sunil, stay with us for our next story as well, and that is in a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Supreme Court today ruled that the LG can nominate aldermen in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi without the aid or the advice of the government of Delhi. Let's just listen in to what the BJP had to say.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो निर्णय आया है उसने इस बात को साफ कर दिया है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने कानून के अंतर्गत ही एल्डरमैन का मनोनयन किया था, जिस पर जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी की आदत है हर मसले पर उन्हें आरोप लगाने हैं, दूसरों को कटघरे में खड़ा करना है, तो उनकी उस राजनीति को एक सिरे से नकार दिया गया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस निर्णय द्वारा। और अब स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का तुरंत गठन होना चाहिए जिससे दिल्ली की जो समस्याएं हैं उनके बारे में गंभीरता से काम हो सके।
And we have Sunil back with us. Sunil, this comes at a time when, we've heard the Aam Aadmi Party complain for a very, very long time that the centre maintains a, hold as far as the national capital is concerned through the LG, and the elected city government does not have powers to execute its duties properly.
That's right. Now the Supreme Court, the final arbiter of justice, has ruled that given the fact that in 1993 the Act was amended, which gave the Lieutenant Governor and Delhi that special status, so the Lieutenant Governor had that statutory power, and it was well within his rights to appoint the aldermen or nominated members in the MCD Council. This, of course, after the Supreme Court had reserved its verdict for 15 months, an oral observation no less than the Chief Justice of India saying that by appointing these nominated members, it could alter the change, a democratically elected municipal corporation. But finally, they have ruled in favor of the Lieutenant Governor and made it clear that it's well within his powers to do so. The real issue now, of course, is about governance in Delhi. The fact that hopefully the Municipal Council of Delhi, MCD, will have standing committees, will be able to deliver on terms of issues that are affecting the common man, be it in schools, be it in toilets, be it in cleaning roads and desilting of drains, as well as ensuring that there is no flooding on the streets of Delhi.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details. In other news, a 4-year-old child has died after falling into a manhole while playing just outside his residence. The reason for his death is allegedly due to the manhole lid that wasn't installed properly. And to get more on this, we have Radhika joining us. Radhika, why are no lessons learned? Something as basic as a manhole lid that wasn't installed properly has resulted in the death of this poor little boy who was only 4 years old.
Certainly, very, very unfortunate incident that unfolded in Ahmednagar area. This happened last evening about 5 o'clock is when this child who was playing outside his residence fell into this manhole, and the protective grill of that manhole was obviously loose, which is why the boy fell inside it. And later, when his parents started searching for him, is when they realized that he had fallen into the manhole. When they saw it through the CCTV footage, by the time he was taken out, he was unfortunately dead. Very tragic incident. Of course, I did speak to SP of Ahmednagar. He, of course, refuses to call it a manhole, although it looks like one. He says that this is the lid of a water tank which was outside this residence. And when we spoke to him and asked who will be held accountable, because looks like civic authorities should have been responsible to ensure that a protective grill was intact on this manhole, he said that private persons who were responsible for the premises as well as this private water tank will be held responsible, and an FIR will be registered against a few private people, is what he said. So at this point, there could be an FIR registered of negligence, but against whom? Will any officials from civic authority be held responsible, any government official be held responsible, or just private people? That remains to be seen. But at this point, of course, a very, very unfortunate incident, and manhole related deaths have happened multiple times, especially in a city like Mumbai over the last several years, especially during monsoons. And Bombay High Court had also rapped civic authorities over it, calling for action as far as the protective grill of manholes are concerned, how they must be kept intact, and there has to be steps taken to ensure that there are no open manholes, especially during monsoon season. But of course, it has fallen into deaf ear, which is why we're seeing all these incidents happening, over and over again. This time, a 4-year-old child losing his life as a result of the manhole cover not being intact and him falling inside it.
Right, Radhika, thank you so much for getting us those details. Very, very tragic story there coming out of Maharashtra, where a 4-year-old has died due to, the manhole, the lid that wasn't installed properly. Switching tracks now to Wayanad, where over 370 people have died due to landslides that took place 7 days ago. Now, those landslides that triggered Villages have been washed away, roads have been washed away. So far, the rescue and relief operations are continuing because only 220 bodies have been recovered as of now, while more than 180 bodies are still believed to be missing. As far as the area is concerned, there was a mass burial process of the remains of the unidentified people killed in the Wayanad landslide that was carried out by the district administration on Sunday.
Several homes and villages that have been inundated, several of those unidentified bodies as well. So there has been a mass burial that was organized yesterday, and it will continue to happen today as well. There were around 18 of the rescue personnel who had gone to retrieve one of the dead bodies that was found at the Sujipara river waterfalls there, and that is when they got stranded there. So a lot of difficulty in terms of the terrain as well when you talk about the Wayanad landscape there. And they will be airlifted today along with the dead body. So a lot of teams that are coming in together here as far as the rescue operation is concerned. Several of those families who are there at the relief camps are also trying to see if their near and dear ones have also survived the tragedy, or if their bodies could really be found. They have been running from different hospitals to relief camps to find out the data there. So it has been quite a Herculean task for the rescue personnel, for the officials who have been working on this, as well as for those who have survived the tragedy. Because when will life return to normalcy? Do they have a home to go back to? Do they have a family to go back to? There are absolutely no answers there. Quite a distressing situation as far as these landslides are concerned. There are also politics that are on, whether this a raging debate that is on with respect to whether this is a man-made disaster or whether this could have been averted, whether this is a natural phenomenon. A lot of discussion as well as political blame game that is on at that front. But in the meantime, priority definitely needs to be in terms of saving more lives here.
Right, and of course, it is politics peaking there over the issue as far as Wayanad is concerned. It's the centre versus the government in Kerala. Will the blame game over ecologically sensitive zones? The Union Environment Minister has spoken to NDTV. He's gone on to blame the government in Kerala. He said that the disaster took place because the state allowed illegal activities. He's also gone on to say that the government in Kerala is not cooperating with the centre. So it is now a war of words there, but it is Kolam's MP that's also spoken to NDTV, saying that the centre is not ready to hear what the government of Kerala has to say.
Wayanad in Kerala is reeling under unspeakable tragedy with over 300 people dead due to landslides. A lot of it is being blamed on reckless commercial activities. Joining me now is Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav. Thank you, Mr. Yadav, for speaking to NDTV. I remember you went to Wayanad when the man versus wild conflict was at its peak. How do you see something like this disaster that has happened in Wayanad, sir?
जो मेन रीज़न सामने निकल कर के आ रहा है वो इस चीज़ को दिखा रहा है कि वहाँ पर लगातार इलीगल ह्यूमन हैबिटेट को बसाने का काम किया, टूरिज़्म के नाम पर एनक्रोचमेंट करने का काम किया। इको सेंसिटिव जोन का जो प्लान होना था वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने प्रॉपर्ली तैयार नहीं किया, और ये सब चीज़ें न्यूज़पेपर रिपोर्ट के अंतर्गत लगातार आई है। वेस्टर्न घाट का जो पूरा सेंसिटिव एरिया, क्योंकि वहाँ पर रेनफॉल ज़्यादा है, भूमि का जो है वो शैलो लैंड है, और रिवर एरिया का जो विशेष रूप से ज़्यादा है, और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में पेड़ों के काटने का काम हुआ है। इसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमारी मिनिस्ट्री के द्वारा नोटिफिकेशन में निकाला गया था, और बाद में चूँकि ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का सब्जेक्ट है, लैंड की ऑनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट होती है, तो हमने कहा था कि आप इसमें लोगों के ग्रीवेंसेस को पूरा करके जो फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार है उनकी कमेटी को रिपोर्ट दीजिए। उसको भी देने का काम नहीं किया गया। मुझे लगता है कि चूँकि लैंड ओनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है फॉरेस्ट की, उनको इको सेंसिटिव जोन की जो गाइडलाइंस है उनका पालन करना चाहिए, और पालन करने के साथ ही साथ उनको इस बात का ध्यान देना चाहिए कि ये जो एरियाज़ हैं इसमें इलीगल जो बस्तियाँ बसाते हैं लोकल प्रोटेक्शन के दबाव में, और दूसरा जो इलीगल माइनिंग है ये बड़ा इशू है, इसको उनको एड्रेस करना चाहिए। इसको प्रॉपर एड्रेस करने पर ही हम नेचर को बचा सकेंगे। और दूसरा, देश भर में हम लोगों ने ट्री आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट लगाने के लिए भी और डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट के लिए भी एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान चलाया है। मुझे लगता है इस तरह के अभियान हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चलाने चाहिए, और कम से कम उन एरियाज़ में जहाँ मिट्टी का कटाव पेड़ों के कटने के कारण होता है वहाँ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगाने चाहिए।
सर, ये ESZ नोटिफिकेशन जो है इसको एक्सपेडाइट करने के लिए सेंटर क्या करिए? बिकॉज वेस्टर्न घाट्स
देखो, इसके लिए जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को कराने के लिए एक चीज़ तो कही गई थी कि आप अपने गांव को फाइनलाइजेशन करिए, बाद में वो लोग लगातार बदलते रहे। हमारे पास भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे, मैं वायनाड गया तो वहाँ के चर्च वगैरह के भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे। तो मैंने उन्हें कहा कि भाई आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ इस पे एक सही तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट भिजवाइए। फिर बाद में मैंने फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में कमेटी का भी गठन किया, वो भी लगातार 1 साल तक जा रहे हैं। पर जो रिपोर्ट्स स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को देने चाहिए, जो सबमिशन देने चाहिए, वो निश्चित रूप से वो देने में देरी कर रहे हैं। उनको अपना एक जिम्मेदारी पूरी करनी चाहिए। एक बार होने के बाद इसको हम फाइनलाइजेशन कर देंगे।
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That was Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav saying that the state government in Kerala has not been cooperating when it comes to giving submissions of reports. There is a central committee that's already in place and that is working on the ESZ notification. With camera person Sanjay, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV.
No, the state government has already unanimously passed the resolution in the state legislative assembly that to extend the area or exempt the area, some area from the ecologically sensitive area. That is a unanimous resolution passed by the state legislative assembly. The government has to consider it. Now they have already declared 133 villages that was existence as per the Kasturi Rangan report. Our suggestion is, because the habitation of the people there and so many other issues were there, so it is after having an expert committee study, the state government has suggested to have an amendment to the ecologically sensitive area, so it has to be exempted some particular area. Unfortunately, the government is not hearing the mindset of the people or the will of the people of the state of Kerala. Instead of that, they are unilaterally declaring it as ecologically sensitive area. That is the reason by which we are opposing. We are not opposing, we are making a suggestion to the government to kindly examine it. See this, we can very well convince the government of India that it cannot be done because of so many not political reasons, social conditions of the particular area.
They are also saying that the state government is hesitating in submitting the reports as well that needs to be prepared for Western Ghats. They've been constantly saying that they should.
This is actually on the basis of the Madhav Gadkal report. The Kasturi Rangan committee has been appointed and they have submitted the report, on which government of Kerala has also conducted a study by appointing an expert committee. That expert committee found out some solutions that we have submitted to the government of India. Unfortunately, the government of India is not taking into consideration the views of the government of Kerala, the people of Kerala, considering the huge density of population and so many institutions and all these in a particular area. Declaring it as an ecologically sensitive area means it is very difficult to convince them and it is very difficult to make it practical.
And this is what you can do in order to save those who've lost everything in the landslides in Wayanad in Kerala. You can donate for Kerala in this initiative that's been launched by NDTV. It's called Care for Kerala. And this is your time to do your bit to help those who need rehabilitation. Switching tracks to Himachal Pradesh, and 13 people have now died and over 40 people are still missing in cloudbursts in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, Kullu and Shimla districts that took place on the 31st of last month. The Army, the NDRF, the SDRF, ITBP, CISF and the police in Himachal Pradesh have been deployed. We also have this is sniffer dogs and JCB machines that have been deployed in order to find those who are missing. Now, drones are also being used as rescue operations are still underway. Locals have claimed that there's no electricity in the area and many roads have been closed down, and this includes at least 30 roads in Kullu itself.
हिमाचल प्रदेश में 31 जुलाई को बादल फटने की घटना में अब तक जो है 13 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हो चुकी है और 40 लोग अभी भी लापता है और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन आज 5वें दिन भी लगातार जारी है। NDRF, आर्मी, ITBP, CISF, हिमाचल पुलिस, होम गार्ड्स लगातार जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं। पिछले कल की अगर मैं बात करूं तो पिछले कल 4 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हुई है। 2 रामपुर के से 14 किलोमीटर दूर जो है घटनास्थल से 14 किलोमीटर दूर रिकवर हुई है और 2 जो है मंडी में राजबन में 2 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हुई है और कुल मिलाकर अब मरने वालों की जो संख्या है वो 13 हो गई है। 13 शव अब तक जो है पिछले 5 दिन में रिकवर हुए हैं और 40 लोग अभी भी लापता है। कई सैकड़ों में की संख्या में सड़कें हिमाचल प्रदेश में बंद है। 200 के करीब बिजली के ट्रांसफार्मर जो है ठप पड़े हुए हैं और इसी तरह से जो है 90 के करीब जो है पानी की स्कीमें भी जो है ठप पड़ी हुई है। और अभी भी हिमाचल प्रदेश में अगर मैं मौसम की बात करूं तो मौसम जो है अगले 9 अगस्त तक यानी 5 दिन अभी भी जो है मौसम विभाग ने येलो अलर्ट जारी किया है।
Switching tracks now, Indian markets experienced one of the worst falls today following the global bloodbath, with both the Nifty and the Sensex registering high losses during the opening trade. We're talking about Sensex trading below 80,000 and the rupee weakening to a record low. My colleague Sakshi has the details.
Weak US economic cues and the reaction by US investors fueling a global market sell-off. Now, what really was this weak economic data in particular? Well, worse than expected jobs data from the US really trickled in these fears, recession fears resurfacing, and US investors reacting to that data on Friday. We saw the sharp sell-off on Wall Street, followed by Asian markets plunging as much as 5% on Friday and extending that decline to as much as 7% today. We've seen India's Nifty and Sensex and benchmark indices at large also extend the declines witnessed on Friday. Both benchmark indices sliding over 2%. Broader markets also trading sharply lower. Investor wealth significantly eroded. Now, what happens when a sell-off like this happens? We also see the impact on currencies. Remember, the rupee also opened at its record low, weakened to a record low after US recession fears resurfaced. Now, asset classes like gold, also remember, gold is considered a safe haven in times of crisis, in uncertain times, and therefore we see an uptick in gold prices. So, of course, an impact on all asset classes as we see. We've seen equity markets plunge. We've seen currency also factoring in those recession concerns, and precious metals rise in trade in times of uncertainty.
Thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us all those details. And it's been 5 years since the abrogation of Article 370, and this is the 5th anniversary. This is what took away Jammu and Kashmir's special status and statehood. The state was split into 2 union territories following its revocation. It is Jammu and Kashmir's unit of the BJP holding a rally to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Article 370's abrogation. Security also has been beefed up in the region as a precautionary measure. Opposition parties, including the Congress and the PDP, have criticised the BJP for organising a ceremony to celebrate the abrogation of Article 370.
I'm standing right now at Lal Chowk, and the Lal Chowk tells the story that it's open, traffic is normal, everything appears to be normal. But try the surface a bit, you would see the situation is not clearly black and white. Abrogation of Article 370 has disrupted the status quo. It has changed Jammu and Kashmir forever, divided into 2 union territories. Since then, there have been, differing views and the narrative. The government is saying it has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. It is changing things, giving employment, investment, development, and peace. A while back, in the morning, there was rain for half an hour or so. And it really, most of the roads in Srinagar, and they were inundated, there was water logging. So the least people could have expected the best drainage system. Thankfully, sun comes back, it is sunny again, and weather has improved, so traffic can move normally across Srinagar. But the larger point is, while BJP is today celebrating abrogation of Article 370, opposition parties are saying it is a dark day. Congress has said it is a dark day for Jammu and Kashmir because its statehood was smashed. So are the regional parties as well. Ladakh, we have seen this uneasy calm in Ladakh for last several years. There have been, 4 years at least, there have been protests, hunger strikes demanding statehood and, 6th schedule, which gives them almost the same powers which they use, rights which they used to enjoy under Article 370 and 35A. In the valley, there's tourism boom. But in Jammu, it is terrorism. It is infiltration. And while the valley has been, Sri Kashmir Valley, counting tourists, and in Jammu, it is for last more than 1 year, at least for last 3 years, we see counting infiltration attempts and see. Here at Lal Chowk, it is the normal day, like any other day. The days of shutdown are gone. There's no stone pelting. But we see militancy has spread to the areas, particularly in Jammu region, which were completely free from militancy. So if you talk to the opposition, they will tell you how things have gone horribly wrong. And more importantly, Jammu and Kashmir is without elected representative. There's no democracy, has been in a suspended animation for last now more than 6 years. Last assembly elections were held in 2014. And now Election Commission is visiting Jammu and Kashmir this week. The ECI panel, headed by Chief Election Commissioner, are visiting from Thursday for 3 days to review the preparation for the assembly elections, which are long ordeal. So people are hoping that elections are held. The BJP has formed its election manifesto committee. So other parties, National Congress, they are already formed their election manifesto committee. They are seeking suggestions from the people. But this day has been, disruption in the status quo in many ways. There have been, improvements in certain areas, but there have been really horrible things that happen, particularly when it comes to the militancy front, that to the Jammu region, which is facing the brunt of worst type of militancy. So here at Lal Chowk, everything appears normal, but this is not the total picture of Jammu and Kashmir for the last 5 months.
Right, thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. Moving on, the government is all set to bring a bill in the parliament to amend the 1995 law governing the Waqf boards to ensure more accountability and transparency in their functioning and mandatory inclusion of women in these bodies. They claim that the move comes in the backdrop of demands from within the Muslim community, according to sources. The bill to amend the Waqf Act 1995 will make it mandatory for the boards to register their properties with district collectors to ensure their actual valuation. There are 30 Waqf boards in the country. Let's just listen in to how Akhilesh Yadav is reacting to this. He said that his party will oppose the centre's move to curb the powers of the Waqf board, slamming the BJP, saying the party has no work except Hindu-Muslim or how to snatch the rights of Muslim brothers.
मुसलमान भाइयों को कैसे उनके अधिकारों को छीना जाए, उनकी अधिकार जो मिले हैं, जिन्हें आज़ादी के अधिकार हैं या उनके स्वतंत्र जो अधिकार हैं, उनके अपने धर्म को लेकर के अपनी कामकाज की व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने के लिए, और केवल वक्फ बोर्ड नहीं, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देखिए कितने समझदार हैं सरकार के, उन्हें उर्दू में ये पता लगा कि नुज़ूल उर्दू शब्द है, उन्हें समझाते रहे अधिकारी कि नजूल का मतलब कुछ और है, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, नजूल मतलब मुसलमानों की जमीन है ये.
Me is Pramod Tiwari, Rajya Sabha MP. Sir, the government has been planning to bring 40 amendments in the Waqf Code. How do you see that?
ये तो सिर्फ मीडिया में है. अगर उन्हें लाना है तो पहले जिस समुदाय के लिए ला रहे हैं उससे बात करें, फिर ये बात करें हम लोगों से, और हम लोगों से बात करने के पहले अपने सहयोगियों से पूछे जेडीयू का रुख क्या है, तेलुगु देशम का रुख क्या है, फिर बात.
Right, we also have my colleague Vasa joining us on the phone line. Vasa, we just heard Akhilesh Yadav or its people from the Congress party, basically the opposition there, saying that this is unnecessary interference.
Absolutely, Divya, and what I understand is that this bill is not going to be brought in today, but of course it could be brought in the coming days. Remember, the finance bill and the approval of the budget is something that is topmost on the government's mind. So clearly today is approval of the demand for grants for various sectors, including health, education. After that, of course, the budget gets approved on Wednesday, and Thursday is when we can expect this bill to come, is what sources are telling us. And of course, government has put forward this narrative saying that this bill will bring in broad-based democratic reforms, the kind of reforms that the JPC headed by Rahman Khan and also the Sajjar committee talked about when it comes to properties. And they also say that this will also make it gender inclusive because it will make it mandatory for all Waqf boards to have at least 2 women. And it will also reduce the power of tribunals so that courts can also get into, the legislative judicial part of it, and people will not have to give up on their legal tangles with Waqf boards, and mainly to ensure that there is no sense of arbitrariness or, for that matter, randomness in the implementation of Act. The government is presenting this as a democratic move, a pro common Muslim move, something that's progressive, something that is sort of like, futuristic, and something that basically will ensure that common Muslims do not lose their rights when it comes to Waqf properties. But of course, opposition MPs have taken offense to this. I was speaking to Asaduddin Owaisi, who is seen as a prominent voice when it comes to Muslim matters, and he basically has said that 11 cases of misuse, something that the government has quoted, cannot be seen as a hallmark of the misuse of this act. And he has also said that the courts have been sort of equipped to handle matters like this, and it is the job of judiciary. And this is one way that the government wants to sort of control mosques, because it cannot really do away with the Places of Worship Act of 1991. So clearly this is going to be a clash of narratives, and we can expect the bill to come into the parliament anytime soon this week.
Right. Thank you so much, Avasa, for getting us all those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest that's coming in at the moment. And we're talking about Delhi High Court has in fact ordered a probe into the matter regarding the shelter home deaths. The High Court has ordered officials to visit the home and then submit a report. They have asked for that report to be submitted. They will be visiting the home tomorrow. And this is the High Court of Delhi that has asked the Jal Board also to test the water quality. This is after 14 people died just last month at that shelter home. We're talking about the deaths that took place at Asha Kiran, a Delhi government-run facility for the mentally challenged in the Rohini area. A staggering 28 inmates have died at that shelter home since the beginning of this year, with 14 deaths, including that of a child, taking place in July itself. We have my colleague Shreya Ghosh joining us. Shreya, has there been a deadline that's been set up by Delhi's High Court in regard to when is it that the officials who will be going and inspecting the area, how soon do they have to submit that report? So this is in regard to 28 deaths that have taken place at the Asha Kiran, a government-run facility for mentally challenged in the area of Rohini in the national capital. We're talking about 28 deaths that have taken place this year itself. But what's really shocking is 14 deaths that have been reported from that government-run facility for mentally challenged people in the national capital, where 14 deaths, including that of a child, have taken place in the month of July alone. So now the High Court here in the national capital has asked for the Jal Board to test the water quality and also to inspect the area and to submit a report regarding what led to the deaths of those 14 people who have died in a matter of 1 month. This also included a child. So a lot of questions being raised regarding that facility that was being provided for the mentally challenged in the national capital. This of course comes on the heels of the Delhi Minister Atishi, who had directed the Revenue Department to initiate a magisterial inquiry into the deaths and submit a report within 48 hours. So this comes under the Social Welfare Department, which has been without a minister following the resignation of Rajkumar Anand, who quit the Aam Aadmi Party in April and joined the BJP. So this is, from what we are hearing, is the High Court there asking for a probe, asking for officials to visit the area, to submit a report, take cognizance of the matter and to submit that report. It is also the Jal Board that has been involved in order to test the water there, the quality of the water there, and to determine as to what has really been the cause of those deaths that took place in the month of July. We're talking about 14 people who lost their lives, including a child. But overall, from the beginning of this year, 28 deaths have been reported. So we have my colleague Shreya joining us on the phone line. Shreya, is there a deadline that's been set up? When do the officials who will be visiting the area, how soon do they have to submit that report?
That's right. So Delhi High Court has directed the top officials to visit the shelter home in Rohini tomorrow, and they will have to submit the report. But there hasn't been any deadline given so far. Delhi High Court has also asked the Jal Board to test the water quality, because so many of these mentally challenged people who were living there in the shelter homes, they felt sick because of the water quality, because of the overcrowded shelter home. There were not enough staff to check the water and the food quality in this particular shelter home in Rohini. And of course, we know that there have been these multiple deaths in just 20 days, the Asha Kiran facility that we're talking about. Right. The National Human Rights Commission has also recently taken suo motu cognizance about the deaths of these inmates in this government-run Asha Kiran facility.
Right. Thank you so much, Shreya, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks to Assam now, and the Chief Minister there, Himanta Biswa Sarma, has said that his government will bring a new law that would impose a life term on people found guilty of purported love jihad. While most BJP-ruled states have laws against such forced conversions, plans are on to make the provisions for punishment more stringent. So we have Assam's Chief Minister who's gone on to say that he will now bring in a new law that would impose a lifetime on people found guilty of purportedly love jihad. So while we have BJP-ruled states who have laws against such forced conversions, but plans are on to make that provision for the punishment even more stringent.
Our government is in process of drafting a legislation which will give higher punishment for cases of love jihad. In Assam, this is rampant. People put their Hindu name in Facebook, lure a girl, and after marriage the girl discovered that the boy is not the same boy whom I married.
Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has made some very important announcements saying that the state government will soon bring new legislation against what he claims is love jihad and land jihad. Now explaining it, he elaborated saying that the new legislation which is likely to be brought in the State Legislative Assembly in the ensuing monsoon session of the Assam Legislative Assembly later this month, and in this legislation he claims that there will be provision in the anti-love jihad legislation where there would be punishment which will amount to life imprisonment. Now explaining it, he goes on to say that there have been cases where people have withheld their religious identity in interfaith marriages, and that the state government feels should not be allowed, and therefore stringent legislation is going to be brought in. However, the main opposition party, the Congress, has criticized this move, saying that this is only a diversionary tactics of the state government. The state government doesn't want to speak about the key issues of inflation and the floods in the state. The state Congress chief had challenged the chief minister, asking that why is the chief minister not speaking on the promises made by the BJP in the 2021 Assam election vision document? Why is the BJP mum about it? That's what the Congress is now asking the chief minister. After the chief minister made this announcement, the chief minister also said that there is an observation by the state government that in many places indigenous communities are losing land, and therefore in areas like the Gwalpara district or the Borpeta or the likewise areas, there would be new legislation on land coming in where the state government would look into the interfaith land transfer, and the interfaith land transfer can't take place without the permission of the state government. The state government goes on to say, the chief minister goes on to say that he is not against voluntary land transfer between two people of two different faiths, but if there is a pressure being applied or there is some force applied in terms of selling of the land or the land transfer, then the state government will intervene. So many would see both this new proposed legislation as controversial, but the state government says that they're doing this in the interest of the women, in the interest of the indigenous communities. The state government is also going to amend the domicile policy, and the chief minister says that now on only those who are born in Assam will be eligible to apply for government jobs in Assam.
Right, thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now, at least 98 people were killed and hundreds injured in Bangladesh on Sunday as police used tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse tens of thousands, demanding the resignation of the Prime Minister. The violence marked one of the deadliest days in Bangladesh's recent history of civil unrest. Nearly 100 people were killed after thousands of Bangladeshi protesters demanding that resignation. This is in total about 300 people have died due to those protests that have taken place. This also included policemen. We have my colleague Ghazali joining us. Ghazali, we did see that these protests had died down in the middle, and yet they have been reignited all over again, in which 100 people, close to 100 people, have died in the last 24 hours alone.
See, right now, the Army Chief of Bangladesh has to address the nation, which is awaited. In some time from now, the Bangladesh Army Chief is going to address the nation. Meanwhile, most highways or the national highways leading to Dhaka has been occupied. by the student protesters, and they're also clashing not only with the security forces, with Chhatra League, a group or a student group of Awami League, the party which is ruling the country right now. But it also shows the kind of control Sheikh Hasina has right now in the country, because the army chief will have to address the nation, and everyone is waiting for that address, that what is the army chief going to say in that address to the nation right now. But more than 98 people have been killed, and several reports are emerging from Bangladesh that how students from different areas who are trying to reach Dhaka are facing security forces. Security forces are also firing in air, and around 20 people are injured even today since morning, and at multiple locations, those who are trying to reach Dhaka right now. So internet has been completely shut down in the entire country right now. So most of the news websites are also not opening. You can't access those news websites. And since yesterday, houses, residences of Awami League MPs, party offices of Awami League in 18 to 20 locations were vandalized. And today the situation is still tense, because today on August 5, the date was given to call for march to Dhaka. Students discrimination, the group which is spearheading this protest, have been had asked all the protesters to join them for marching towards Dhaka, the national capital, and that is why security forces are there to block their access towards Dhaka, and all the national highways which are approached, which connects Dhaka to other cities, are blocked by the security forces, and large scale, you can say, clash between protesters and those aligned with the government and security forces are clashing with the anti-quota protesters. But it is very alarming that this situation is developing in India's neighborhood. Indians have also been advised not to go to Bangladesh, as well as those Indian nationals who are studying, working, or staying in Bangladesh have also been asked to stay in touch with the officials of the High Commission in Dhaka.
Right, so these protests taking place, as far as that reservation is concerned, the 30% quota is concerned, but that is something that was established back in 1972, and it was scrapped, but it was scrapped for only a very little amount of time back in 2018.
See, that quota thing came up in the Bangladesh Supreme Court. The Supreme Court curtailed it down or reduced the quota of 30% to even 5%, but yet the protesters think now their entire anti-quota protest or stir has now turned into anti-Sheikh Hasina movement. They want Sheikh Hasina to step down, and Sheikh Hasina, or the government believes, and her statements has been a very provocative in terms of coiling down the protest. She has said that these are not protesters, these are not students, but these are terrorists, and they should be dealt with iron hand. Now, last week, it appeared as if things are calming down, things were opening up in Bangladesh, but suddenly Sheikh Hasina's statement yet again that these are, first she said that she is willing to negotiate with everyone. The protesters with their parents can come to her residence or Prime Minister's office to negotiate and discuss the issue. But after the protesters didn't approach that way, the protesters have been, the security forces have been dealing with them with iron hand. And you know, yes, Sunday was the, saw more than 98 killings, one single day, maximum killings in, or deaths in Bangladesh since this protest has broken out for the last 2 months. And now, once Sheikh Hasina has been saying that she is willing to talk, but on the other hand, she is also saying that security forces will deal with the protesters and she'll be able to quell the protest or curb these protests, but that has not been successful so far. And today is the day of largest mobilization for Dhaka March, or March to Dhaka, as it was called by one of the student groups called Student Against Discrimination. Now, since everyone is waiting for Army Chief to address the nation, and there are rumors that perhaps the Army Chief may announce a situation of emergency or impose emergency in the country. So all eyes are now on the Army Chief of Bangladesh, who is awaited to address the nation from some time from now.
Right, Ghazali, we also have Saurabh Gupta joining us. Saurabh, when we talk about, there is an indefinite curfew that has been put into place because of those fierce clashes. Mobile and internet services have also been restricted, and Indians living as far as Bangladesh are concerned, a word of warning has been issued for them as well, and those wanting to travel to Bangladesh have been asked to postpone their plans.
Well, the Indian High Commission in Dhaka has, of course, put out warnings and advisories for Indian nationals in Bangladesh, and that is very clear as to what Indian nationals in Bangladesh must do. But this is, of course, a problem that seems to have been, evolving. And what many have observed is that the protests also have been shifting goalposts. And like Ghazali was mentioning, from what it was, which is basically an anti-quota protest, to where it has become now, which is anti-Sheikh Hasina. And what we've also seen is that the Awami League, the ruling Awami League, has maintained from the beginning that these are protests not by students but by which have been fueled by the BNP Jamaat combined. And that's something that the ruling Awami League has maintained on these protests, and they continue to maintain that. Now, yesterday also Rangpur division, witnessed a lot of violence. In fact, one of the councillors of the Rangpur city corporation was killed, Haradhan Roy, and also we believe his nephew Shamal Roy. And of course, while they are from the Awami League, what has also come into the picture is their Hindu identity in Bangladesh and the minority community of Hindus in Bangladesh. And there have been some fears over whether in these protests there have also been attacks on the minority community in Bangladesh, or whether they, these protests could also, have a fallout on that. So that is something that we've seen. And there, of course, Haradhan Roy and his nephew Shamal Roy in Rangpur, dying in that violence, and their bodies were found next to a Kali temple. And also, there have been some concerns from other places as well about, whether there are other sort of angles emerging to these protests, and whether, they're taking a completely different form from what they were earlier when they were just strictly anti-quota protests, to now, ruling party officials or Awami League officials being targeted, and also a worry over whether this could also, become a little bit communal, because that's something that also many are talking about as far as the violence that we've seen and the violence that we've reported, especially from Rangpur and the incident in Rangpur. So this is an ongoing protest. It's a very difficult time for Bangladesh, and those across the border in West Bengal also are watching it. India is watching it very closely. India, of course, keeping a close eye on the developments in Bangladesh, because remember, this is our neighborhood, and therefore this is, of course, something that, like, Ghazali was reporting, that seemed to have been in control but seems to have spiraled again in the last 24 hours or 48 hours.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details, Saurabh and Ghazali, getting us all the very latest. And of course, the protesting students have announced that march to Dhaka, like Ghazali was mentioning. Switching tracks now to the United Kingdom, and the Prime Minister has warned the far-right protesters on Sunday that they would regret participating in England's worst rioting in 13 years. Mr. Starmer's statements come as more violence broke out across the country in the wake of a stabbing rampage at a dance class that left 3 girls dead and many more wounded. Now, British Prime Minister will hold an emergency meeting with the police chiefs after days of that violent anti-immigration protests that have intensified, with buildings and vehicles torched and hotels holding asylum seekers targeted. Riots have erupted across towns and cities in the last week after that attack that took place in Southport, now with 420 people arrested so far.
One month into office as Prime Minister of Britain, Sir Keir Starmer's biggest challenge is currently underway. Britain has not seen rioting and social unrest of this kind after riots broke out in multiple cities by far-right protesters and anti-immigrant protesters. Cities such as Manchester, Hull, Belfast, Bristol, Stoke-on-Trent, even parts of London has seen sporadic, spontaneous protesters disrupting violence, breaking public property, attacking the police. 90 arrests have been made thus far, and on this weekend, if you are driving across cities such as London and other main cities in the UK, there are the greater chances that you may be giving way to fastly moving, roving policemen in their cars with sirens burning. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said that these protests are sowing hate. He and the Home Secretary and the entire Labour government that has been newly elected in Britain has offered full support to the police teams to arrest, contain any sort of social unrest that's happening across the cities over the next few days.
I utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online and then running away themselves. This is not protest, it is organised, violent thuggery, and it has no place on our streets or online.
Occupants, mainly tourists at a South Yorkshire hotel, stared in fear and worry from the top floor as rioters attacked that particular hotel in South Yorkshire in England, otherwise a sleepy town and a calm town and a tourist attraction. Through bricks, broke glass windows, even managed to have a fire break out in the hotel. Arrests have been made and the protests in that location have been contained.
Well, it's very shocking to see this sort of racial violence motivated by far-right-wing Islamist extremists. I didn't see anything was bad for many years, but it needs to be dealt with robustly.
A rapid response process has been initiated whereby emergency security will be provided across mosques in Britain after racist and anti-immigration protests have worried and disturbed Britain after many, many years. Radhika Iyer in London, NDTV.
Now, the foreign ministers of G7 major democracies have called on all parties involved in the current conflict in the Middle East to avoid actions that could lead to an escalation. The G7 ministers expressed strong concern about the recent events that could lead to a wider regional spread of the crisis, starting with Lebanon. Tensions heightened on Sunday in the Middle East, with the United States moving warships to the region to defend Israel if Iran attacks, while several Western governments urgently told their citizens to leave Lebanon as Hezbollah launched a barrage of strikes targeting Israel. And with that, we're stepping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Kitty. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the.
Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Let's start this edition at 2 with the headlines at the top of this hour. After 14 deaths were reported in a Delhi shelter home, the Delhi High Court has today directed Delhi Government Social Welfare Secretary to file a report on the conditions of living in the shelter home. Supreme Court takes no more to cognizance of the Delhi coaching centre deaths, issues notices to centre and the Delhi government. The court has slammed authorities for failing to regulate coaching centres, accusing them of playing with the lives of children. The court also said coaching centres have become death chambers. Civic apathy kills again. In Maharashtra, a child had fallen into an open manhole and died. 4-year-old died in Ahmednagar district. The manhole lid was allegedly not installed properly. It's a setback for the Aam Aadmi Party in Supreme Court. The top court has said that the Lieutenant Governor can appoint aldermen to the MCD and the LG does not need the Delhi government's advice. Over 370 people have died in the Wayanad landslides. Union Environment Minister has blamed the Kerala government. Bhupendra Yadav says Kerala government has not been cooperating with centre, and also Kollam MP to NDTV says the centre is not ready to hear Kerala government. Global cues trigger massive market sell-off. Asian markets plunge. Nifty and Sensex slide over 2.5%. Rupee weakens to record low. Starting this edition with a top focus, after 14 deaths were reported from a Delhi shelter home, the Delhi High Court has today directed the Delhi Government Social Welfare Secretary to visit the shelter and file a report on the conditions of living in the shelter home. The court has also ordered the Delhi Jal Board to test the quality of the water and condition of water and sewer pipelines in the Asha Kiran shelter home located in Rohini. Now, we are learning at this moment, the court also has said that such a large number of deaths in the shelter home in a short period cannot be coincidence. The court has said there are too many deaths in a short span of time that have taken place in the shelter home. 14 deaths in number. It can't be a coincidence. We are learning now the court has also directed the authorities to decongest the shelter home. That is the latest coming in. My colleague Shreya also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Shreya, we do understand, there is a war of words also between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party that is happening on this very issue. But the court now has asked for a report from the Delhi Government Social Welfare Secretary, and strong observations now that have been made in the court. The court has also said that it's not a coincidence that so many deaths have taken place. What more is coming out?
That's right. So the Social Welfare Secretary has to mandatorily visit the premises of this government-run shelter home tomorrow in Rohini, and has also asked the Delhi Jal Board to inspect the water conditions, the quality of water, and also the conditions of the sewer pipes, because as per the health reports of these inmates, several of them were suffering from tuberculosis, and the staffs and residents of the neighboring area of this particular facility, shelter home, they have complained that this particular shelter home has been grappling with bad quality water, poor quality water, nutrient deficient food, and because this shelter is highly overcrowded, the court today has also stressed the need for relocation, to relocate some of the inmates to a separate area, because this facility is extremely overcrowded and it is highly understaffed. The inmates are not getting the basic facilities of the expected standards, and tomorrow obviously the Social Welfare Secretary has to visit the shelter home, and the Delhi Jal Board has to inspect the condition of the sewer pipelines in that area, and will have to submit a report by day after tomorrow, and the court will take further action based on the report submitted by the Delhi Jal Board, and of course court has also stressed the need for not only decongestion of the facility, but also to take curative measures. This is very important, and there will be further actions taken based on the report submitted by day after tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right, Shreya. Thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on this very developing story. We'll get back to you later for more. Meanwhile, these are strong observations that were made by the court today with regards to the 14 deaths that have taken place in this shelter home in Delhi's Rohini. Well, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. The centre is all set to bring a bill in the parliament this week to amend the 1995 law governing Waqf boards to ensure more accountability and transparency in their functioning. And as per sources, the reforms also include mandatory inclusion of women in the Waqf boards. It is being learned that the move has come in the backdrop of demands from within the Muslim community. The bill to amend the Waqf Act will make it mandatory for Waqf boards to register their properties with district collectors to ensure their actual valuation. Meanwhile, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has objected to any proposed changes to the Waqf Act, saying that any change in the Act which alters the nature of Waqf properties or makes it easier for the government or any individual to usurp them will not be acceptable. AIMPLB spokesperson SQR Ilyas has said the board is contemplating legal redress if the government makes any sweeping changes to the Act. Well, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav also has said that his party will oppose the centre's move to curb the powers of the Waqf board.
मुसलमान भाइयों को कैसे उनके अधिकारों को छीना जाए, उनकी अधिकार जो मिले हैं, जिन्हें आज़ादी के अधिकार हैं या उनके स्वतंत्र जो अधिकार हैं, उनके अपने धर्म को लेकर के अपनी कामकाज की व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने के लिए, और केवल वक्फ बोर्ड नहीं, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देखिए कितने समझदार हैं सरकार के, उन्हें उर्दू में ये पता लगा कि नुज़ूल उर्दू शब्द है, उन्हें समझाते रहे अधिकारी कि नज़ूल का मतलब कुछ और है, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, नज़ूल मतलब मुसलमानों की जमीन है ये.
Me as Pramod Tiwari, Rajya Sabha MP sir, the government has been planning to bring 40 amendments in the Waqf Code. How do you see that?
ये तो सिर्फ मीडिया में है. अगर उन्हें लाना है तो पहले जिस समुदाय के लिए ला रहे हैं उससे बात करें, फिर ये बात करें हम लोगों से, और हम लोगों से बात करने के पहले अपने सहयोगियों से पूछ लें जेडीयू का रुख क्या है, तेलुगु देशम का रुख क्या है, फिर बात.
Well, inclusion of women, verification of disputed land are some of the changes that are set to be brought to the Waqf law. However, we do understand the opposition parties as well as Muslim boards have raised objection to the changes. What more changes are expected to be brought in to the Waqf law, that remains to be seen. What we are learning at the moment is that the amendments in the bill are expected to be brought in this week itself. My colleague Vasudha is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Vasudha, what more information is coming out about the proposed changes to the Waqf bill? And we are learning that by the end of this session itself, the bill is expected to be brought into the parliament.
Absolutely, Kitty. It's not going to be today, but of course it is going to be somewhere this week. Remember that on 7th, the budget is going to be approved today. The demand for grants for various sectors, including health, education, all of that is getting approved. So clearly that is on top of the government's mind. But of course, this bill is very important. It's very contentious because the Modi cabinet has already cleared 40 amendments, and these amendments are to do with reducing the power of tribunals, which the government feels reduces the power of courts interfering in the matters of Waqf properties. Other than that, they also want to ensure that Waqf boards, there are about 30 Waqf boards across the country, they want to ensure that these boards are gender inclusive. They want to ensure that there are at least 2 women in each of these boards and also in the Waqf council. Other than that, they want to ensure that some of the provisions which they deem unconstitutional, which are part of these, which is part of this bill. Now remember, this act came into force in 1954. After that, it was repealed and a new act was brought in 1995. There were a fresh set of amendments that were introduced in 2013. So some of the provisions that were deemed unconstitutional by the existing government, those will also be sort of changed, and basically to curb, to make them more transparent, accountable, and to ensure that the arbitrariness of the bill, implementation of it is removed, and it is favourable to common Muslims, is what the government is saying. But I also spoke to the opposition MP, specifically to Mr. Owaisi, and he clearly said that there is nothing, no part of the bill that is act that is unconstitutional, and this is also one way of the government to ensure that it takes over uncontested contested property, specifically mosques. And he also specifically pointed out this one particular thing, that Waqf boards and councils have been on a state of decline, and there hasn't been much of grants from the central government in the last 10 years. So again, this is going to be a clash of narratives. We're expecting this bill somewhere around 7th or 8th. 7th is when the budget gets cleared, but of course this is the Modi government and we can expect this anytime this week. This is also the last week of the budget session, and remember, this government in the last few years has had this tradition of introducing the most important bills on the last day, including the very contentious CEC bill, or for that matter even the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita was introduced on the last day of the winter session. So clearly that could be expected, but of course 5 more days. This session is there till the 12th of August, and we're expecting this to come around 8th is what we hear.
So Vasudha, what are you learning? Was this already in the works? As soon as the Modi 3.0 government was sworn in, this is one of the important decisions that we are looking at, that is being made by the government, by the centre, and is expected to be done. The bill, as you're saying, is expected to be brought within this parliament session, before the parliament session ends. Was this already in the works? Any information that is coming out about that the government was already planning to bring this, as soon as it came back to power?
Yes, Kitty, this has been in the works for the last 3 years. I remember even when Smriti Irani was the minority minister, she was working on this along with the secretary then, and of course the WCD secretary was also given the additional charge of minority affairs. So this has been in works for the last 3 years. Remember that there is a case that's already going on in the Delhi High Court with regard to the Waqf properties, and there are 120 petitions which have been, which are challenging the implementation of the Act. But at the same time, the Supreme Court has also somehow dismissed some of these petitions regarding the Waqf properties. This was also pointed to us by Mr. Owaisi, but this has been in the works, and the government believes that this will help common Muslims, and it also believes that there is a certain section of influential Muslim community persons which are completely in hold of Waqf properties, and which is why it has not been able to create that kind of revenues. But of course the opposition is saying that the government has also stopped giving grants to Waqf properties, which is why they are on a state of decline. So it is going to be important to see how politically this pans out. Today the opposition, I did notice, has been a little careful because the bill is not out yet, and we did see in the case of subcategorization, the observations of the Supreme Court, several opposition parties came out and gave very different statements, and then they had to refine their stance, and they and refined it when it came to the creamy layer. So they're being very careful about it. So when we ask them for bites, except Akhilesh Yadav, most of them are saying that let the bill come out and then we'll speak about it. So clearly this has been in the works. The government is very confident that all the amendments that have been brought in have been done so with consultation with Muslim clergy, with Muslim stakeholders, with Muslim scholars as well, and also Muslim judiciary, part of Muslim, ex-judges. So clearly the government is very confident, and it wants to create this impression that it is not anti-Muslim at all. It is in fact pro-common Muslim, and it will also break this whole cartel of influential people who are completely having control over Waqf properties. But of course the opposition is going to oppose it tooth and nail, and we'll see that play out once the bill is introduced in the parliament.
That the government of course is trying to give here, but the opposition definitely is in no mood to take it. The opposition parties and the Muslim boards that we understand, given the statements that are coming out at the moment on this very issue, are quite they are opposed to it, and they are saying that they are not going to accept any amendments or the changes that are going to be brought in the Waqf Act. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details there. That is the latest coming in at this point in time. We are shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking in connection with the Delhi coaching center deaths. The Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the matter. The Supreme Court now has issued notices to center as well as the Delhi government. Well, the Supreme Court has asked the government what safety norms have been prescribed with regard to the coaching centers operations, and also coaching centers have become death chambers. This is one of the important observations that were made by the court today. Well, the Supreme Court has issued notices to the center as well as the Delhi government over the death of 3 students who had drowned in the flooded basement of an IS coaching center in Rajendra Nagar amid heavy rain last month. Well, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is getting us more on this story.
So today, as the Supreme Court heard this very important matter of a coaching federation which had wanted, there was a levy relating to Mukherjee Nagar where the payment had to be done and they wanted some relief. The Supreme Court said no, and in fact suo motu decided to issue notices not only to the Delhi government through the Chief Secretary but also to the centre on this very, very important issue. They said the young people, as you pointed out, have lost their lives. There has to be compliance in terms of coaching institutes for the safety of the students, otherwise they should hold it online. And they have in fact issued an order saying that they must comply with the master plan of 2021 of Delhi, all coaching centres. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court came down heavily and wanted the centre as well as the state to give their response on this very important issue so as to ensure that in future young students, young aspirants do not face the same trauma as that unfortunate incident took place in Rajendra Nagar.
All right, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news that we are tracking today. In a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, the Supreme Court today ruled that the LG can nominate aldermen in the MCD without Delhi government's aid and advice. The Lieutenant Governor's power to nominate members to the civic body is a statutory power and not an executive power. As per the court, the Supreme Court has said that Delhi LG can nominate aldermen to MCD and the LG does not need the advice of the Delhi government. The LG can act as per his discretion. Well, my colleague Sunil Prabhu gets us more. We also have a reaction coming in from the BJP on that.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो निर्णय आया है इसमें इस बात को साफ कर दिया है कि दिल्ली के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने कानून के अंतर्गत ही एल्डरमैन का मनोनयन किया था, जिस पर जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी की आदत है हर मसले पर उन्हें आरोप लगाने हैं, दूसरों को कटघरे में खड़ा करना है, तो उनकी उस राजनीति को एक सिरे से नकार दिया गया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस निर्णय द्वारा। और अब स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का तुरंत गठन होना चाहिए जिससे दिल्ली की जो समस्याएं हैं उनके बारे में गंभीरता से काम हो सके।
The Supreme Court will be delivering after reserving its judgment. Now it's going to be nearly 15 months. The people of Delhi, as you can see, are suffering with issues like desilting and various other day-to-day bread and butter issues for the MCD. The Lieutenant Governor, at that time, as you rightly pointed out, after the BJP lost power, decided to appoint 10 aldermen, basically nominated members in the MCD Council, which will have voting rights when it comes to standing committees. This was contested by the Delhi government because the Lieutenant Governor did it on his own without the aid and advice of the cabinet in this regard. And that's something that is being under contest. As you rightly pointed out, the Chief Justice of India had said that this will destabilize a democratically elected municipal corporation at that time. The LG's lawyer, Mr. Sanjay Jain, had argued, saying that what has been a practice doesn't necessarily need to be followed on a continuous basis. But be that as it may, between the fight between the Lieutenant Governor and the AAP and the Delhi government, hopefully today it will resolve a number of issues, ensure that the people of Delhi in particular get governance, because this is critical. This is important in terms of aid and advice, for a cabinet. The Lieutenant Governors, do they have far-reaching powers, or is it always on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers? So it's in that context, we'll have to wait and see how things play out.
Well, big updates coming in on that. Meanwhile, some more news now. This is from Maharashtra. A 4-year-old child died after falling into a manhole while he was playing in the Mukund Nagar area of Ahmednagar district in Maharashtra. CCTV video of the incident has also surfaced. The deceased Samar Sheikh lost his life allegedly due to the manhole lid that wasn't installed properly. Those are the visuals on your TV screens where this 4-year-old child could be seen falling into this manhole whose lid that we are learning wasn't really installed properly, and due to which this incident has taken place. The child fell into the manhole and died.
A very unfortunate incident unfolded yesterday in Ahmednagar where a 4-year-old child fell into a manhole. In fact, this manhole was not properly covered. The cover was not intact, as a result of which the boy fell into the manhole. In fact, to post that, of course, his parents were searching for him. Later, the CCTV footage showed his fall. In fact, when we spoke to the SP of Ahmednagar, he said that this is not a manhole. In fact, this is a lid of a water tank that gave away, and unfortunately the boy fell inside it. However, most people, the onlookers, say that this is a manhole which has been managed by the civic authorities there. Unfortunately, though, the police officials say that while an FIR will be registered, it will be registered against private people who are responsible for the premises and responsible for taking care of this manhole and the water tank. That's what the police officials have told us. But we'll have to wait and see, will accountability be fixed against any of the civic authorities or government officials, because it's not the first time that manhole-related deaths have been taking place, not just in a place like Ahmednagar, but across Maharashtra. Bombay High Court had also earlier wrapped civic authorities over number of deaths that happened as a result of manhole cover missing or not being intact, especially during monsoons. But certainly this has fallen into deaf ears, which is why more such incidents are continuing to happen. This time in Ahmednagar, where a 4-year-old child who was playing outside his residence fell inside a manhole because the protective grille was not intact.
Shifting our focus to the updates on the Wayanad landslides. Over 370 people have died in Wayanad landslides, but politics, it seems, is being played out over the issue. It's Centre versus Kerala government. Over 373 deaths that we are learning of at the moment. The numbers could rise further. Well, the Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav has spoken to NDTV and has blamed the Kerala government. He said that the disaster took place because the state government allowed illegal activities. He's also said the Kerala government has not been cooperating with Centre. And meanwhile, we also have had a conversation with Kollam MP, who's said that the centre has not been ready to hear the Kerala government. Well, Kollam MP N.K. Premachandran has also spoken exclusively to NDTV. Listen in.
Wayanad in Kerala is reeling under unspeakable tragedy with over 300 people dead due to landslides. A lot of it is being blamed on reckless commercial activities. Joining me now is Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav. Thank you, Mr. Yadav, for speaking to NDTV. I remember you went to Wayanad when the man versus wild conflict was at its peak. How do you see something like this disaster that has happened in Wayanad, sir?
जो मेन रीज़न सामने निकल कर के आ रहा है वो इस चीज़ को दिखा रहा है कि वहाँ पर लगातार इलीगल ह्यूमन हैबिटेट को बसाने का काम किया, टूरिज़्म के नाम पर एनक्रोचमेंट करने का काम किया। इको सेंसिटिव जोन का जो प्लान होना था वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने प्रॉपर्ली तैयार नहीं किया और ये सब चीज़ें न्यूज़पेपर रिपोर्ट के अंतर्गत लगातार आई है। वेस्टर्न घाट का जो पूरा सेंसिटिव एरिया, क्योंकि वहाँ पे रेनफॉल ज़्यादा है, भूमि का जो है वो शैलो लैंड है, और रिवर एरिया का जो विशेष रूप से ज़्यादा है, और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में पेड़ों के काटने का काम हुआ है। इसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमारी मिनिस्ट्री के द्वारा नोटिफिकेशन में निकाला गया था, और बाद में चूँकि ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का सब्जेक्ट है, लैंड की ऑनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट होती है, तो हमने कहा था कि आप इसमें लोगों के ग्रीवेंसेस को पूरा करके जो फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार है उनकी कमेटी को रिपोर्ट दीजिए। उसको भी देने का काम नहीं किया गया। मुझे लगता है कि चूँकि लैंड ऑनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है फॉरेस्ट की, उनको इको सेंसिटिव जोन की जो गाइडलाइंस है उनका पालन करना चाहिए, और पालन करने के साथ ही साथ उनको इस बात का ध्यान देना चाहिए कि ये जो एरियाज़ हैं इसमें इलीगल जो बस्तियां बसाते हैं लोकल प्रोटेक्शन के दबाव में, और दूसरा जो इलीगल माइनिंग है, ये बड़ा इशू है, इसको उनको एड्रेस करना चाहिए। इसको प्रॉपर एड्रेस करने पर ही हम नेचर को बचा सकेंगे। और दूसरा, देश भर में हम लोगों ने ट्री आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट लगाने के लिए भी और डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट के लिए भी एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान चलाया है। मुझे लगता है इस तरह के अभियान हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चलाने चाहिए, और कम से कम उन एरियाज़ में जहाँ मिट्टी का कटाव पेड़ों के कटने के कारण होता है वहाँ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगाने चाहिए।
सर, ये ESZ नोटिफिकेशन जो है, इसको एक्सपेडाइट करने के लिए सेंटर क्या करिए? बिकॉज वेस्टर्न घाट्स
देखो, इसके लिए जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को कराने के लिए एक चीज़ तो कही गई थी कि आप अपने गाँव को फाइनलाइजेशन करिए। बाद में वो लोग लगातार बदलते रहे, हमारे पास भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे। मैं वायनाड गया तो वहाँ के चर्च वगैरह के भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे, तो मैंने उन्हें कहा कि भाई आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ इस पे एक सही तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट भिजवाइए। फिर बाद में मैंने फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में कमेटी का भी गठन किया। वो भी लगातार 1 साल तक जा रहे हैं, पर जो रिपोर्ट्स स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को देने चाहिए, जो सबमिशन देने चाहिए, वो निश्चित रूप से वो देने में देरी कर रहे हैं। उनको अपना एक जिम्मेदारी पूरी करनी चाहिए। एक बार होने के बाद इसको हम फाइनलाइजेशन कर देंगे।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That was Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav saying that the state government in Kerala has not been cooperating when it comes to giving submissions of reports. There is a central committee that's already in place, and that is working on the ESZ notification. With camera person Sanjay, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV.
No, the state government has already unanimously passed the resolution in the state legislative assembly that to extend the area or exempt the area, some area from the ecologically sensitive area. That is a unanimous resolution passed by the state legislative assembly. The government has to consider it. Now they have already declared 133 villages that was existence as per the Kasturi Rangan report. Our suggestion is, because the habitation of the people there and so many other issues were there, so it is after having an expert committee study, the state government has suggested to have an amendment to the ecologically sensitive area, so it has to be exempted some particular area. Unfortunately, the government is not hearing the mindset of the people or the will of the people of the state of Kerala. Instead of that, they are unilaterally declaring it as ecologically sensitive area. That is the reason by which we are opposing. We are not opposing, we are making a suggestion to the government to kindly examine it. See this, we can very well convince the government of India that it cannot be done because of so many not political reasons, social conditions of the particular area.
They are also saying that the state government is hesitating in submitting the reports as well that needs to be prepared for Western Ghats. They've been constantly saying that they should.
This is actually on the basis of the Madhav Gadkal report. The Kasturi Rangan committee has been appointed and they have submitted the report, on which government of Kerala has also conducted a study by appointing an expert committee. That expert committee found out some solutions that we have submitted to the government of India. Unfortunately, the government of India is not taking into consideration the views of the government of Kerala, the people of Kerala, considering the huge density of population and so many institutions and all these in a particular area. Declaring it as an ecologically sensitive area means it is very difficult to convince them, and it is very difficult to make it practical.
And it's an NDTV initiative, Care for Kerala. You can also donate and help those who suffer in the Wayanad landslides. We have also given the trust name, the Hope Trust, and bank details on your TV screens there. Well, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. This is from Himachal Pradesh. 13 people have died and over 40 people are still missing in the cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, Kullu and Shimla districts that took place on the 31st of July. Army, NDRF, SDRF, CISF and Himachal Pradesh Police are all deployed to rescue those who could be stranded or trapped. Sniffer dogs, JCB machines have also been deployed to find those missing. Drones are also being used in the rescue operations, which are still underway. Well, what is also being learned is that rescuers have now intensified the search operations by deploying more machinery and other equipments. Well, over 30 people are still believed to be missing in Samej village in the Rampur subdivision alone. All right, we'll get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, some news coming in from Assam. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that his government will bring a new law that would impose a life term on people found guilty of love jihad. While most BJP-ruled states have laws against such forced conversions, plans are underway to make the provisions for punishment more stringent under the law by the Assam government. Listen in to Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Our government is in process of drafting a legislation which will give higher punishment for cases of love jihad. In Assam, this is rampant. People put their Hindu name in Facebook, lure a girl, and after marriage the girl discover that the boy is not the same boy whom I married.
Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has made some very important announcements saying that the state government will soon bring new legislation against what he claims is love jihad and land jihad. Now explaining it, he elaborated saying that the new legislation which is likely to be brought in the State Legislative Assembly in the ensuing monsoon session of the Assam Legislative Assembly later this month. And in this legislation, he claims that there will be provision in the anti-love jihad legislation where there would be punishment which will amount to life imprisonment. Now explaining it, he goes on to say that there have been cases where people have withheld their religious identity in interfaith marriages, and that the state government feels should not be allowed, and therefore stringent legislation is going to be brought in. However, the main opposition party, the Congress, has criticized this move, saying that this is only a diversionary tactics of the state government. The state government doesn't want to speak about the key issues of inflation and the floods in the state. The state Congress chief had challenged the chief minister, asking that why is the chief minister not speaking on the promises made by the BJP in the 2021 Assam election vision document? Why is the BJP mum about it? That's what the Congress is now asking the chief minister. After the chief minister made this announcement, the chief minister also said that there is an observation by the state government that in many places indigenous communities are losing land, and therefore in areas like the Gwalpara district or the Borpeta or the likewise areas, there would be new legislation on land coming in where the state government would look into the interfaith land transfer, and the interfaith land transfer can't take place without the permission of the state government. The state government goes on to say, the chief minister goes on to say that he is not against voluntary land transfer between two people of two different faiths, but if there is a pressure being applied or there is some force applied in terms of selling of the land or the land transfer, then the state government will intervene. So many would see both this new proposed legislation as controversial, but the state government says that they're doing this in the interest of the women, in the interest of the indigenous communities. The state government is also going to amend the domicile policy, and the chief minister says that now on only those who are born in Assam will be eligible to apply for government jobs in Assam.
All right, we have more news now. 5 years ago, on August 5th, Article 370 was abrogated, which took away Jammu Kashmir's special status and statehood. The state was split into two union territories following its revocation, and the Jammu Kashmir unit of BJP is now today holding a rally to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Article 370 abrogation. Security has been beefed up in the region as a precautionary measure already to maintain law and order during the event. Now, opposition parties including the Congress and PDP have criticized the BJP for organizing the ceremony to celebrate Article 370 abrogation.
While BJP is today celebrating abrogation of Article 370, opposition parties are saying it is a dark day. Congress has said it is a dark day for Jammu and Kashmir because its statehood was smashed. So are the regional parties as well. Ladakh, we have seen this uneasy calm in Ladakh for last several years. There have been, 4 years at least, there have been protests, hunger strikes demanding statehood and, 6th schedule. Which gives them almost the same powers which they use, rights which they used to enjoy under Article 370 and 35A. In the valley, there's tourism boom. But in Jammu, it is terrorism. It is infiltration. And while the valley has been, Sri Kashmir Valley, counting tourists, and in Jammu, it is for last more than 1 year, at least for last 3 years, we see counting infiltration attempts and see. Here at Lal Chowk, it is the normal day, like any other day. The days of shutdown are gone.
Well, shifting our focus now to some big breaking news now coming in. We're learning Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is likely to resign. Army chief has met political leaders in the country and he is also expected to address shortly. Well, Bangladesh crisis has spiraled and student protests are now threatening the Hasina government. Well, we are learning Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her sister have already been taken to a safe shelter as hundreds of protesters are demanding that she resign amid the deadly protests that are taking place in the country. What reports are suggesting at the moment is that Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is likely to resign and the army chief is also expected to address a press conference shortly. Well, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. Meanwhile, the situation is quite tense in Bangladesh at this point in time as we are learning. Well, mobile internet has been suspended. A curfew has been imposed in the wake of deadly protests that are taking place in Bangladesh. And the information that is coming out at this point in time is that Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has already been taken to a safe shelter as demand for her resignation have grown. Now, that is the latest coming in. We'll try and get more details in just a bit. Big breaking news coming in. There are widespread protests that are taking place in Bangladesh demanding PM Sheikh Hasina's resignation. And now the information that's coming in at this point in time is that Sheikh Hasina is all set to resign. Well, the army chief is also expected to address a press conference in a bit from now. Meanwhile, we'll try and get more details as to what the situation at the moment is. What we are learning is that Sheikh Hasina has reportedly left the Dhaka palace as army chief is all set to address the nation. Students have been demanding resignation of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina after police forces have killed a number of people across Bangladesh since this month. A large number of students have already hit the streets, have been on the streets as part of their long march to Dhaka, and the police has been firing tear gas shells at the protesters. Also, internet has been shut down for indefinite period in the country. Well, that is what we are learning of. We'll try and get more information in just a bit. The latest that we're getting at the moment is that the army chief is expected to address shortly.
Subsequently scrapped, it was pulled back, but the protest never died down. The protest continuing in several parts of Bangladesh and certainly in Dhaka. These are images from Dhaka where thousands of people have gathered for these protests, which have now intensified, with more than 100 people having lost their lives. Unofficial reports suggest that 300 odd lives have already been lost. The army has been taking a more proactive role, and there are now very strong reports that the Bangladeshi Prime Minister may already have stepped down or is stepping down, and that the army chief of Bangladesh is that the Bangladesh army chief is now going to quickly make an announcement. It also comes at a stage when what we are seeing is massive, thousands of people gathered over there in Bangladesh. As I mentioned, there's been violence. India has advised our nationals not to travel to Bangladesh as well. Let's go quickly across to NDTV's Ghazali, who's been tracking these developments. Ghazali, firstly, has she stepped down, Sheikh Hasina, or is that expected any time now?
See, the local media reports are suggesting that Sheikh Hasina has stepped out and she has been moved to a safe house. Now, whether that safe house is in Dhaka but she has been moved out of her official residence is what the local media is reporting. And right now, the Chief of Bangladesh Army, General Waqaruzzaman, is meeting with leaders of various political parties and prominent people. And this meeting is going on at the Army headquarters. Earlier, he was scheduled to address at around 1:30 p.m., the Bangladesh local time, but that address has not yet happened. And perhaps he is meeting all the prominent leaders of different political parties. And after that meeting, he is expected to address the nation.
Of other information, we've seen the loss of about 100 lives which have taken place. Is there a sense that that number might in fact be much lower than what it is?
Yes, because all the approach highways which are coming to Dhaka has been occupied by the protesters, because a call was given of march to Dhaka on August 6th, but it was then rescheduled by one of the groups which is spearheading this protest called Students Against Discrimination, and they had called this march to happen at around 12 p.m. On August 5, that is today. But when all the protesters from every city started marching towards Dhaka, they met the security forces on the way, and there have been reported clashes at multiple locations on highways which are connecting Dhaka to other cities. So injuries can go up. The exact number is not known because the internet has been suspended in most parts of the country, and most of the websites of the newspapers are also not accessible or operational. So the exact number of injuries for today is not known yet, but more than 91 people were killed as the last update came from Dhaka.
All right, Ghazali, we'll take a short break, but we'll continue to track this story very, very closely indeed. A massive political crisis in Bangladesh, with the Bangladeshi Prime Minister either having stepped down or in the process of stepping down, reportedly having been taken to a safe house at a time when tens of thousands of people have assembled in the Bangladeshi capital. She may be in a safe house right now. The Army Chief of Bangladesh expected to speak at any stage now, with student protests getting quite out of control. It all started as a result of a quota in government jobs which had been announced by which had been cleared in fact by the court. There was an effort by the court to actually roll that back. Initially, however, the Prime Minister endorsed that, and even though she did later on try and roll that back or announce the rollback, it was too late. Massive protests in a country where there is approximately a 30% unemployment rate for students who are otherwise qualified. That's what this is all about. We're going to take a short break and continue with this breaking news on the situation in Bangladesh.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Welcome back. The big breaking news story. We are tracking a political crisis in Dhaka, Bangladesh, with the government about to fall. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister, reportedly in a safe house at this stage, apparently may have already stepped down as Prime Minister of the country after the active involvement of the army, which has now moved in with tens of thousands of people protesters out on the streets of Dhaka, as that situation with regard to protests, which has already resulted in the loss of more than 100 lives, gets progressively more and more out of control. The army chief has been meeting political leaders and, as I understand it, at this stage is expected to address a press conference anytime now. Sources at this juncture, and we can use that word sources, indicating that Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina Wajid has resigned. The press conference by the army chief could take place at any stage now. As I mentioned, more than 100 people have died. Internet has been suspended. A curfew has been put in place. These are as a result of student protests. What exactly is this all about? Well, several weeks back, the Bangladesh High Court, the Supreme Court in Bangladesh actually allowed certain reservations in government jobs to continue to be granted to those who were the relatives or the next of kin of those who had served in the war for independence. This resulted in massive protests in the country because the quota in jobs was a whopping 30%. In a country which has a significant unemployment rate, this resulted in protests, student protests, who said that this had to go. And even though the court did roll this back, and the government in fact announced that this was being rolled back, it didn't stop the intensity of the protests. The Prime Minister said she would take action against the protesters. The army said that, however, yesterday, and this was a significant statement by the army, when they actually said that they would stand by the people, and this may well have been a first sign that in fact the Bangladesh army was going to go against the Prime Minister. At this stage, it's a law and order crisis. We don't really know who's in charge. This is a major South Asian country, a very populous country, law and order completely out of control. But at this juncture, there are indicators that the Prime Minister may have stepped down or may have been forced to resign, with the army now essentially in touch. Let's get Ghazali back on the phone line if we can. But let me just give you the latest update that we have at this stage. What we were reporting as 100 dead, there are some indicators that the death toll in Bangladesh in terms of these protests has actually gone up to 300 odd who have lost their lives. In terms of a few more details, what we are seeing now on our screen is a long march into Dhaka by protesters. Remember, a lot of people in Bangladesh are only by word of mouth at this juncture getting to know about these protests. The government, as a means of ensuring that these protests don't get completely out of hand, has suspended the internet. There is a curfew which has been announced. The demand of these students is one and one only: the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina must step down. The army has introduced a curfew in Dhaka that took place from last night, an indefinite curfew that has not stopped these protesters from coming in, that has not stopped the violence or the clashes, which began once again with great deal more ferocity yesterday morning. Protesters were attending the non-cooperation program under the banner of the Students Against Discrimination with a one-point agenda. Ms. Hasina has to step down. What is this all about? We'll explain this to you with a great deal of detail. My colleague Vishal joins us now. Vishal, firstly, what are you hearing? Has the Prime Minister stepped down? Is she being kept in safe custody? Will there be a press conference soon?
So as we speak, there are different reports coming in. There are several international media. They're saying that Bangladeshi PM Sheikh Hasina has resigned indeed. But so far, there's no confirmation from the ground. International media, as I mentioned earlier, they are reporting that. And also some other reports are saying that she has already left the country or she's on the way out of the country. She has either gone to London or she could have also, gone to some other country. So confirmation is remaining, but reports are suggesting that she has stepped down after days and weeks of protests, violent protests. At least 300 to 350 people have been killed ever since the protests were sparked last month, mid-July. Students were demanding, scaling back of quotas, and they had gotten some kind of relief in that area. But the protests started again yesterday when students said that they want the ouster of the government. They wanted the PM to resign. In a short while from now, the Army Chief of Bangladesh is also set to address a press conference that will give us details as to what exactly has happened. Has she resigned? Has Sheikh Hasina's iron fist rule finally come to an end? All of that will be probably answered when Army Chief of Bangladesh addresses that conference.
So Vishal, let's talk a little bit about what this is all about. There has been a lot of protests across Bangladesh after a quota system for government jobs was reintroduced. It was actually cleared by a court. Sheikh Hasina, of course, endorsed it. And even though there was a rollback, it seems that these protesters aren't satisfied.
That is true. So beforehand, the quota was about of 40%. Then it was scaled back down to about 5% by the Supreme Court of Bangladesh a few weeks ago. That was done in the wake of the violent protest, which had killed about 200 people. So after that, the protesters had quieted down a bit. But in the last few days, they seem to have gathered momentum. A new student organization had come up and they had called for a nationwide protest and called for the ouster of the government and asked for a nationwide movement, which was started yesterday. And it was supposed to be a 10-day. It is supposed to be a 10-day movement starting yesterday. So in just one day of that movement, more than 100 people have reportedly been killed. A lot of women, children, a lot of police personnel have been killed. About 15 odd police personnel were killed just yesterday. So all of that happening within the space of just 48 hours. And now it seems that, however, there's no confirmation as yet, but it seems that PM of Bangladesh has finally resigned.
All right, Vishal, I'm just going to, Ghazali, you're on air. Can you just be ready for that? At least 98 people were killed yesterday alone. The death toll, AFP reporting in Bangladesh, is at 300 at this stage. The Bangladesh High Court ruled in favor of reinstating a 30% quota in government jobs for descendants of freedom fighters. That's what this is all about. Ghazali, what is the latest that you're picking up about Sheikh Hasina?
See, we are being told from local agencies that she has left her official residence, but her location is not known yet. Rumors arrived that perhaps she has also left Bangladesh. That's not confirmed. Some images of her close to a chopper is being circulating on the social media. That's unverified for now. And right now, what we can report is that thousands of protesters have reached Dhaka, and they are trying to break into Sheikh Hasina's official residence. Now, amid all
that is the latest news that we are getting, and both of you just reflect on this. Thousands of protesters have stormed the palace of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is what AFP is now reporting. Bangladesh's Channel 24 has been broadcasting images of crowds entering the Premier's official residence. We're just going to stick to this channel. Let's listen into what they're saying, and I'll try and translate.
দর্শক আপনারা স্ক্রিনে দেখতে পাচ্ছেন চ্যানেল 24 এর পর্দায় এক্সক্লুসিভ দেখতে পাচ্ছেন যে সাধারণ মানুষের যে অভিব্যক্তি সেটা কিন্তু ফুটে উঠেছে। সাধারণ মানুষ ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে গণভবনের ভিতরে, এবং
মজার ব্যাপার হচ্ছে এই মাঠে আমি সাংবাদিক হিসেবে আমার সুযোগ হয়েছিল অনেকের যাওয়ার সুযোগ হয় না, তাদের জন্য আজকে গেট খোলা, সম্পূর্ণ দরজা খোলা।
যাদের গণভবন যাওয়ার সুযোগ
The gates have been opened up for ordinary people who otherwise don't have the ability of entering this. As I understand it, the images that you are seeing are from the Prime Minister's residence. There is ransacking that is now taking place. These people are walking off with chairs from the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina.
এটা আসলে মানুষের আবেগ, এটা এই মানুষকে আসলে থামানো মুশকিল। তবে যাদের রক্তের উপর দিয়ে আজকের এই অর্জন, তাদের কথা পৃথিবীর ইতিহাসে, বাংলাদেশের ইতিহাসে জল করবে। 24-এর এই আন্দোলন, অনেকেই ফেসবুকে অনেক কিছু লিখতে পারেন না, এই সব কিছুই মানুষ মনে রাখবে। গণমাধ্যমে অনেক কিছুই আমরা যারা আসলে অনেক কিছুই দেখাতে পারিনি, সেটিও মানুষ মনে রাখবে।
Forever, says the commentator on Bangladesh 24 now. The protests which are taking place now are historic.
সেনাপ্রধান জেনারেল ওয়াকারুজ্জামান তিনি অন্যান্য বিভিন্ন রাজনৈতিক দলের সাথে বৈঠক করছেন।
The army chief is meeting political leaders from various parties at this stage.
ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল সহ আরো ডক্টর হোসেন জিল্লুর, তাদের সাথেও বৈঠক করছেন। আমরা
Several meetings taking place with opposition and other leaders. Right now, the army chief, the Bangladeshi army, is leading these.
গেছেন কি ধরনের সিদ্ধান্ত আসে সেটি আমরা হয়তো কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই জানবো।
What decision is finally taken by them is something we'll get to know very soon.
2টার সময় একটা ব্রিফিং হবে, এবং ওই ব্রিফিং এর তারপরে হচ্ছে যে আমরা পরিষ্কার হব, কিন্তু সেই ব্রিফিংটা আসলে সেটি পেছানো হয়েছে। আমরা পরে আবার শুনলাম সেটি 3টায়, এখন 3:30 বাজে প্রায়। এখন পর্যন্ত আমরা সেটি
The meeting has been delayed somewhat. A press briefing has been delayed somewhat by approximately half an hour. They said that it would take place at 3 p.m. Bangladesh time, which I think Bangladesh is half an hour ahead of us. That has been pushed to 3:30 p.m. is what is being said. So, irrespective, that important announcement has been delayed.
এটি একটি ঐতিহাসিক মুহূর্ত, আসলে এটি ঐতিহাসিক। এই সময়গুলো, এই গত 30টা দিন বাংলাদেশে যা ঘটেছে, আজকে জুলাই মাসের 36, তাই না? 36 জুলাই। যারা আন্দোলনকারী তারা বারবার এটি বলছিলেন,
আন্দোলনকারী এই নতুন জেনারেশনের যে ছাত্রছাত্রীরা যারা বিক্ষোভের ডাক দিয়েছিল, যারা প্রতিবাদ করেছিল শুরু থেকে, তারা এই জুলাই মাস থেকে বলেছে যে শেষ হয়নি, যে যারা শহীদ হয়েছেন তাদের উদ্দেশ্যে তারা বর্ণনা করেছেন এভাবে।
The month of July, they never felt that the protests actually ended, and this is the culmination of the protests which started at that stage.
এবং সেই সাথে আমরা দেখছি দর্শক, এই মুহূর্তে আমরা স্ক্রিনে যেটি দেখছি,
এই আন্দোলন সম্পর্কে আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই জানেন দর্শক, যেখান থেকে শুরু কোটা আন্দোলন, কোটা সংস্কার আন্দোলন, কোটা বিরোধী আন্দোলন, বিভিন্ন রকমের নাম দিতে পারেন, কিন্তু মূলত ছিল এটি ছাত্র আন্দোলন।
This is a students' protest. It is a protest against the quota which was announced. You can call it whatever you want, but that's what's taking place right now. The images on the left-hand side, as I understand it, maybe from the residence, the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, or a part of her residence. She has been taken into safety. There is an announcement which is expected to take place anytime now. Okay, there's a helicopter in the air right now. I'm being told that might be one of the helicopters which is being used to ferry out possibly Sheikh Hasina or other people in her government. So that's a Mi-17 helicopter of the Bangladesh Air Force. The Prime Minister might actually be in that, being moved out of Dhaka, or at least one part of Dhaka, and being taken to safety. The protesters have stormed into her residence. They've been making off with chairs that we saw on our screens. Let's continue to listen in to commentary as, once again, I repeat, these are images of a Mi-17 helicopter of the Bangladesh Air Force, which has been used possibly to have Sheikh Hasina out. And let's keep listening in. That's a sofa that people are on rickshaws and taking them away. All right, these are remarkable images that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. As I understand it, this is the official residence of the Bangladesh Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina. There's a real crisis in the country right now. The Bangladesh government has collapsed. Sheikh Hasina has been flown away by a military helicopter, it now appears. People have been ransacking her house. These are student protests over a quota which was introduced for government jobs, who've been continuing to protest. Even though the quota was rolled back, there was no stopping the protests. 100 people were killed yesterday in the violence. As many as 300 people, some reports suggest, have lost their lives already. On your right are images from her premise, from the compound, and inside images on the left-hand side of your screen. At least 98 people were killed on Sunday, as I mentioned, because of these violent clashes. AFP reporting that 300 people are dead. This according to police and medical sources. Bangladesh has a curfew right now. Despite that curfew, these protests continue to take place. On the left-hand side of your screen, there's an image of a helicopter that you'll see. There are some suggestions that is the helicopter that she took to be escorted out of the national capital. What are these protests all about? They began last month when the Bangladesh High Court ruled in favor of reinstating a 30% quota in government jobs for relatives or descendants of freedom fighters. After the Prime Minister refused to meet student demands to reverse the order, the protests intensified, which led to clashes with police and government supporting groups. Earlier on, 200 people were killed. That number went up by nearly 100 yesterday. Many were injured when the protests began in right earnest in July. The government, as a result of all of this, has cut off connectivity through broadband or internet. That was apparently announced for a period of 11 days at this juncture. We don't know if that internet is up in Dhaka at the moment. It was restored a little later. The protests had reduced for a while as talks began with the government, but started again as students called for a nationwide civil disobedience movement. They asked the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to step down from her position. They were demanding a public apology from Hasina for the deaths and the removal of several of her ministers. That was a secondary demand. They also want the government to reopen schools and universities which had been closed since the protests intensified. But the situation now on the streets of the Bangladeshi capital, Dhaka, completely out of control. Sheikh Hasina, as we understand it, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been flown out of the national capital. There's pilfering that is taking place in her official residence. People inside and outside her home. Bangladesh, Channel 24 Bangladesh, who we were listening to, describing the sentiments of these protesters, saying that this was a historic day in the history of Bangladesh. Let's just listen into what's happening now and I'll translate.
Dr. হোসেন জিল্লুরের কথা আমরা শুনেছি। এছাড়াও বিভিন্ন রাজনৈতিক দলের সিনিয়র নেতৃবৃন্দ, তাদেরকেও তারা ডেকেছেন। আসলে
The
একটা
army has
রূপরেখার
called meetings
মাধ্যমে
with several opposition leaders and the commentator naming some of those leaders from the opposition, presumably the government as well, who will be meeting with the army. We expect an army press conference. Last I heard that press conference has been delayed.
চালানো হবে বা ঘোষণাটা কিভাবে দেয়া হবে সবকিছুই হয়তো তিনি একটা পরিষ্কার ধারণা হয়তো দিবেন। গণভবনের যেই ছবি আপনারা দেখছেন এটি আসলে ঐতিহাসিক, কারণ এই গণভবন বহু কিছু সাক্ষী। গত 2000 সম্ভবত আমি যদি মনে করতে পারি 2013।
All right, these images were coming from Ganabhavan in Dhaka. Ganabhavan, as I understand it, the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. It is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. That commentator saying that the images were historic, but again, playing out that one image, that one small video again in loop. That Mi-17 helicopter apparently was the one which, as I understand it, took Sheikh Hasina to safety. Where she's been taken, we don't know at this stage, but she has fled. She's been escorted to safety, with the Bangladesh crisis now escalating out of proportion completely. The Prime Minister being taken out of Dhaka. The images from Ganabhavan, and let's have those images out once again, is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. It's located in the north corner of the National Parliament House, which is in turn located in Shere Bangla Nagar in Dhaka. After independence, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman worked in Bongo Bobhon, which is located on Minto Road, so that was another place. This was created more recently. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina moved into Ganabhavan on the 6th of March 2010, more than a year after she'd been elected. So that is a new, a relatively new official. Let's just listen into what's taking place. All right, apologies. These are earlier images of. Let's have these images out, since they seem to convey a wrong picture right now. Those were earlier file pictures of Sheikh Hasina, who is now nowhere to be seen after she's been moved out by helicopter. Let's have those images up of Ganabhavan once again. Listen to that commentary once again. To give you an idea of the looting which is taking place, of pilfering that is taking place. The commentary over there which we heard was of students, was of people saying that this was the gates were completely closed of this official residence. They've been thrown open. Even the tone of the commentary indicated angst and anger at Sheikh Hasina. Let's listen in.
বাড়ি গাড়ি কিনেছেন এই মানুষগুলো হয়তো এই সুযোগে দেশ ছেড়েছেন, এখনো হয়তো ছাড়ার চেষ্টা করবেন বা করছেন, এবং অনেকেই হয় আমরা যখন সাংবাদিকতার দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি থেকে বলি যে অনেকেই এইটা বিশ্বাস করতেন না যে শেখ হাসিনা সরকারের কোনো সময় পতন হবে, এবং এটা অবিশ্বাস্য তারা মনে করতেন। সেই জায়গায় তারা একটা প্রমাণ হয়তো পেলেন যে না, সবকিছুরই একটা শেষ আছে, সবকিছুর একটা শেষ হয়।
All right, so the commentator over there saying that it is that people earlier on in Dhaka and in Bangladesh could never believe that Sheikh Hasina would cease to be in power, but the gates have been thrown open, people are inside, and this is proof, and this is testimony to the fact that this is something that can happen and is happening. The images on the right hand side of your screen, dramatic images of protesters inside the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, making way, walking off with chairs and sofas which we've seen, putting them onto rickshaws and taking them away. I mean, utensils being taken away as well. And the image on the left, apparently, of a helicopter used by Sheikh Hasina to be evacuated out of that area. I'm joined now by my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who with more on this. Saurabh, go ahead.
Well, Ganabhavan, of course, was breached a few perhaps minutes ago, and of course Sheikh Hasina was before that airlifted to a safer location, given that the protesters had defied curfew and were marching in Dhaka. Now this, of course, is an unfolding situation. Political stability in Dhaka right now is the word that perhaps everybody is talking about, given the fact that the Prime Minister has been airlifted. We don't know what happens next, because we're all waiting, like you said, for that press conference of the army chief, where of course what next for Bangladesh is going to be revealed, with the army chief speaking to the nation. But before that, what we've seen is Sheikh Hasina and her family members, including her sister, have been airlifted from Ganabhavan a little before actually it was breached by these protesters. The images of Ganabhavan being breached are quite of course dramatic, as you were explaining, people walking off with stuff. But Ganabhavan is, let me tell you, a highly guarded, high security residence, official residence of Sheikh Hasina. It used to be her residence till at least a few hours ago. she was airlifted from there, given the fact that these, this kind of a situation was anticipated, and she's now, of course, been airlifted. Destination unknown is what we are being given to understand from local media reports and our sources in Bangladesh. But she has been moved to a safer location, as Ganobhavan, the official residence of the Prime Minister, has been breached by protesters who defied curfew to march through the streets of Dhaka this morning. And of course, like we said, this was of course planned action. There was of course that curfew, but there was also the understanding that in all likelihood that curfew was going to be breached, as lakhs of protesters were to actually gather there. And now of course we have images of Ganobhavan being breached, with Sheikh Hasina having left Ganobhavan in a military helicopter, airlifted to a safer location.
Saurav, I'm just going to go through a couple of the main points over here. I'm going to come back to you and just describe with me what is exactly taking place. The latest news that we have at this stage is that Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been moved to safety. Her house has been ransacked. Protesters are in the premises of Ganobhavan, that is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Some reports suggest may have actually fled the country. Is she in India? That's a question that really does need to be asked at this stage. We do not know. Protesters have stormed the Prime Minister's palace. The Prime Minister's son has appealed to security forces. The Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's son Sajib Wajed said in a social media post, "Your duty is to keep our people safe and our country safe and to uphold the constitution. It means don't allow any unelected government to come to power for 1 minute. It is your duty." The protests have intensified. Earlier reports suggested that resignation was a possibility. Irrespective of whether she's resigned or not, she's been moved out, possibly of Dhaka, to relative safety. Whether she's still in the country or she's been moved out, and if so, is she on her way to India, is something that needs to be looked at closely. Troops have been patrolling with armored personnel carriers for a while now, but they have actually not engaged in violent clashes per se with, given the numbers, but we have seen the loss of 300 lives. But in terms of numbers, some suggest that as many as 3 lakh people have lost their lives. These are incredible images taking place. That's the father of the nation. Protests taking place, people clamoring over that statue of Mujibur Rahman. Let's just go across to Ayanjit Sen, Bangladesh Affairs expert. These are drastic images, radical images that you actually see on our screen. Could you give us an idea or your sense of what's happening? The images we see are actually of people clamoring onto a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the former president of Bangladesh. One of the most charismatic leaders in the 70s, a daring statesman, but obviously that legacy is now under threat.
Yes, Vishnu, I think the country of Bangladesh is in complete chaos. And what has happened over the past few days, but what happened today has been a huge surprise, because we are witnessing history as a way that Waqaruzzaman, the army chief, is going to address shortly. And on the anvil, what's going to happen is that in all likelihood, she will have to resign and probably give over the, now what happens post that, whether there'll be new elections coming in or, anything else on the anvil, we'll have to wait and see. But
Orange, let me ask you this. The images that we see on our screen right now, on the right, you see a protester right next on a statue, climbing up a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the most iconic Bangladeshi leader, the leader of Bangladesh, who led their country to freedom, extremely close to India. And the protests which have been taking place are over quotas which were given to the descendants of freedom fighters, which a lot of people in Bangladesh, these students, said were unacceptable. Is this a new generation of Bangladeshis who feel that legacy is probably problematic if it comes in the way of employment?
I think definitely, because Bangladesh currently is undergoing a huge amount of unemployment with the figures really high. And originally, when the quota system was introduced with, a huge amount of jobs being kept for jobs, of course, and even in the university seats being kept for people who fought the 1971
These are very, very
war.
tragic images. Let's have that up full screen, please. That man trying to break down that statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Mujibur Rahman had the honorific prefix of Bangabandhu. He was a Bangladeshi politician a revolutionary, a statesman. He held many positions as Bangladesh's president or its prime minister from April 1971 until his assassination in August 1975, extremely close to India, but the single most revered figure in Bangladesh. And you've got people with pickaxes trying to destroy that statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. There is mad protest right now taking place in Bangladesh. The legacy of their greatest freedom fighters now being sort of threatened. Let's just go across to Zulkarnain Sair Khan, an investigative journalist. Mr. Khan, thank you very much for joining us. The images that we see are from Gaurav Bhavan, the residence of the Bangladeshi Prime Minister who's now fled. What are some of the details that you're picking up?
Well, this is very extraordinary scene coming from Dhaka, Bangladesh. The people who have been oppressed for nearly 2 decades, for 15 years, they have all come out to the streets, and you can see how jubilant and how happy they look. On the other hand, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, it is a shame that she failed to contain the democracy of the country. She failed probably in all possible segments to uphold democratic values and people's rights.
Zulkarnain, just to put this in perspective, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman is the father of Sheikh Hasina, right?
Right, yes.
And therefore, this is anger being directed at the man who in many ways gave Bangladesh its independence. From East Pakistan, they went to Bangladesh. The father of the present Prime Minister, his statue being broken down. Could you explain to us the significance of this moment?
It is absolutely, it is saddening. I personally, I feel bad about it because Sheikh Mujibur Rahman has, of course, positive contribution to Bangladesh's independence. But again, responsibility goes to Sheikh Hasina because Hasina and the party, they have kind of created a cult around Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in Bangladesh. So you go anywhere, it will be named after the Sheikh families. So hospitals, colleges, numbers of public institutions, it's all about Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So what you think is an outburst of public that they are showing the retaliation, that it was not a wise thing to do. You just cannot rebrand an entire country in your father's name.
All right. What happens next? The army is out on the streets, but they are not protesting. They're not taking on the protesters. Obviously, the numbers are too large. The numbers that we have seen are being reported up to 4 lakh protesters. Is that what you've also heard?
I have heard it's around 10 lakh protesters have marched towards Dhaka from every part of the country.
All right, and that image of that helicopter that we actually saw was the one which Sheikh Hasina apparently boarded to escape. Do we know where she's gone?
The last what I have heard, the very last from a very credible source in the military is India have denied Sheikh Hasina any entry access, and also United Kingdom denied Sheikh Hasina any kind of entry access. So she is still waiting in Dhaka to fly to a safer destination. I have been told that she is trying to go to Belarus.
You've been told that she's trying to go to Belarus, and that
Yes.
she's been denied access by India. Is that right? Is that what you're hearing?
That's what I have been told. I cannot verify that, but it came from a military source,
Right.
a highly placed military source.
Right. And we expect the army chief to address the nation very soon, right?
Very soon, yes, in next 15 minutes time. It's quite normal because India have already supported Sheikh Hasina throughout all these years. They stood by her, but again, what she did, she has blood on her hand. Hundreds of school kids, even children were killed in this mayhem, which we have witnessed since 16th of July. So she will have to be held responsible for this. And nobody would like to have such a liability in their country and then create a diplomatic riffle with the counterpart.
All right. Could you tell us a little bit about the army chief? Is there any sense that if it is the army which is in charge, and quite evidently they are in charge,
I can't hear you.
Then go ahead.
I cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
No, I'm just trying to say that are we looking at a protracted period of military rule in Bangladesh?
I don't really think so. I don't really think so because Bangladesh military would like to stay away from state affairs like this. So I have a strong feeling that there will be a transitional neutral government formed by experts like academicians, teachers, or ex-bureaucrats. So I don't really think army would take anything like that. Like army would intervene in that.
So what your sources are indicating, Mr. Khan, is that she's headed to Belarusia, right?
That's what I have been told last, that India denied her any kind of access. United Kingdom denied her any kind of access, and now they're attempting to fly to Belarus. Yes.
All right. Now, just for the benefit of viewers over here in India and indeed around the world, since we broadcast around the world, there was a rollback, right, to the quota. It was a 30% quota for the descendants of freedom fighters in government jobs. That was then rolled back. Why did the protest continue?
The protest continued because when the protest started, before 16th of July, it was all going on very peacefully. It all went sour when Sheikh Hasina used the term Razakar to vilify the protesters, because Razakar is a term that is seen as derogatory in Bangladesh. Razakars are basically the AD of Pakistani troops who killed hundreds of thousands of Bangladeshis during the War of Independence in 1971. So, it was kind of a war of choice by Sheikh Hasina and her party men to vilify people who they do not like. So they also termed these Gen Z kids as Razakars. So a kid born in year 2000, if you tell him that you are you come from a Razakar family or you're a Razakar yourself, it just doesn't look nice.
And then, could you give us a sense of how these protests have actually been spreading across the country, not just in the last few days, but since the month of July?
The protests spread because after that 16th of July, there was very fierce clash between students and police and Army League, the ruling party's student wing, and they killed nearly 300 students, including children. Their sniper men were assigned to take down targets. So we have seen 44 headshots, 44 deaths with headshot wounds and neck wounds. And while forensically identified those, we figured out that they were shot with 7.62 into 54 bullet, which was shot from a sniper gun. So how on earth somebody can assign snipers to take down?
All right, Mr. Khan, hold on for half a second. I'm just going to listen in to what Channel 24 Bangladesh is saying and translate. Yeah. All right, we'll get the live images up in a moment. We expect the Bangladesh Army Chief to speak anytime now, but I just want to reflect on these images once again. That is Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, of independent Bangladesh, the man who took Bangladesh to nationhood, the father of Sheikh Hasina. Let's just go back, and that statue was being destroyed. But for the moment, let's go back to these live images and see what we can report.
কথা আমরা শুনেছি অন্যান্য রাজনৈতিক দল জাতীয় পার্টির সিনিয়র দুজনের কথাও আমরা শুনলাম তাদের সাথে কথা বলে আসলে এখন বোঝা যাবে আসলে
Already there's a press conference which is about to be set up right now. I could see the podium as it were, which was set up just on the left hand side of your screen. We expect the army chief. Okay, let's try and listen in.
আপনারা জানেন যে দেশে একটা ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম
There is a crisis in the country. I have invited all opposition leaders and political leaders here.
আলোচনা করেছি সেখানে আমরা সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছি যে একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট আমরা ফর্ম করব।
We've taken a decision to form an interim government.
গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এই দেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে।
Business will continue in this country through this interim government.
যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলাপ আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব।
We will run this government with an interim government. Run this country with an interim government.
হত্যা সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব।
We will take all decisions.
আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন,
Trust the armed forces.
আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি।
I take all responsibility.
আপনাদের জানমাল এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি,
I promise all of you.
আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না। ইনশাআল্লাহ আপনাদের যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব।
I assure all of you that we will meet your demands.
ফিরিয়ে নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন।
Please support us.
দয়া করে আর এই ভাঙচুর, হত্যা,
Stop the murder, stop the violence, stop the destruction.
এগুলো থেকে বিরত হন।
Please remove yourself from this violence.
আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের সাথে যদি একসাথে যদি কাজ করেন, করি আমরা।
Listen to us, work with us.
আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হতে পারব।
We will work to a proper solution for Bangladesh.
মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না।
We cannot achieve anything through violence.
পাবো না। সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন।
Therefore, I ask all of you to stop the sangharsh, to stop the violence, to stop the protests.
প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে।
There will be decisions which are taken about everything wrong that has taken place.
নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন, আমি ওনাদের ইনভাইট করেছিলাম এখানে।
I've invited all the leaders over here. We've had a conversation.
আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি।
It's been a positive conversation.
এই আলোচনাটা
in that conversation
ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে
in that conversation we spoke about the creation of an interim government, and I assure you that the interim government will work.
ত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা
All right, we'll come back to audio in just a moment. That's the Bangladesh Army chief over there saying that there is an interim government which is going to be formed in Bangladesh. That interim government is going to be formed on the basis of a conversation which has taken place in the last little while with several opposition leaders and other political leaders over there. He's made an appeal to all of the protesters to end the protests, to end the murders, to end the violence, and has said to work with the army and to have faith in the army. And he's promised the protesters, let's just keep listening in.
এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসে।
প্লিজ রিটার্ন টু আ পাথ অফ
অনেক ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে।
People in the villages have died as well.
আপনারা বিরত হন এবং আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি।
Please help us. I take all responsibilities.
ধন্যবাদ।
চেষ্টা করছেন, আমরা আবারও শুনি।
Thank you.
না, এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ। আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে আলাপ আলোচনার মাধ্যমে এটা আমরা করব। আজকে এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের শীর্ষস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন।
All right, we're waiting for this audio to be restored.
দিয়েছেন এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওরা কথা ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওরা এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে আমরা এগিয়ে যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, না আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না। হ্যাঁ আজকে বিকজ আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি। আমরা আজকে যে এই পরিস্থিতি এটা একটা আমরা একটা নিয়ন্ত্রণ নিয়ে আসবো। সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে।
The armed forces are continuing to try and ensure that peace is maintained.
দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক
It's the responsibility of students as well
দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা,
to assist the armed forces.
এবং আপনারা মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে
And through the media, I'd like to say,
একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন,
please help us,
সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজে,
so that we can bring control to the situation at hand.
না যদি জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই।
A curfew will not be required if the situation becomes peaceful.
প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
The armed forces will not open fire. I have passed an order.
আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে
I assure you that after my statement now,
আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিবেশের দিকে যাচ্ছি।
we are headed in a good direction, in a beautiful direction.
আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করব, বাট আমাদের
we are going to try and find a solution by tonight.
এটা আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি, আমরা যাচ্ছি,
it's too early,
আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতি,
we are going to be talking, we are going to be having discussions.
আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দরা তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন।
All right, the Bangladesh Army Chief over there naming all of the political leaders who were called for the meeting, which has just taken place. There's been a decision to form an interim government. Further decisions will be taken in the next couple of hours. The bust over there on the right-hand side of your screen was of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father, the father of Bangladesh. The fact that they are trying to destroy his statue gives you an idea of the extent of anger in Bangladesh at this stage. Sheikh Hasina has been moved to safety.
যেহেতু ওনাকে
there will be a new government in place,
এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি আশা করব যে এই ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে হবে, কাজ দিবে, এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন।
There is a video message which has been sent to students in Bangladesh.
যত প্রশ্ন করতে থাকবেন আমাকে দেরি করাবেন।
The more you ask me, the more you're delaying me.
It's too early. আমরা
It's all too early.
কাজ করতে দেন, একটু সময় দেন।
Give me a little bit of time.
আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব।
We are going to find a solution.
আপনারা সবাই যারা আন্দোলনরত, যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান।
Everybody please go home.
আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
দর্শক আপনারা
All right, the Bangladesh Army Chief over there addressing the nation, a stunning couple of hours where Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been moved to safety. Her house has been ransacked. A statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father, also the father of Bangladesh, being defiled over there. Efforts to sort of break it down with using an axe. The Bangladesh Army Chief, in a press conference that you just heard right now, and I translated it, basically saying that there is an interim government which is being formed in Bangladesh. Repeated appeals to student protesters in Bangladesh to ensure that there is no violence, to go home, to work with the armed forces. Political leaders in Bangladesh have had a meeting with the Bangladesh Army Chief. The Bangladesh Army Chief has told the armed forces not to open fire, but he has also told protesters that they must end the murders, they must end the violence, they must end the destruction, and that there is a beautiful path ahead for Bangladesh, and that he promises people and all of the protesters that all of the problems or the issues they have will be resolved favorably. Let's go back to Zulkarnain Sair Khan. Mr. Khan, you heard as much as I did what was being said. Any takeaways for you? Mr. Khan, can you hear me? All right, let's see if we've got Ayanjit Sen with us. Mr. Sen, you heard what the Bangladesh Army Chief had to say. Could you give us your sense of what you heard?
Well, in all likelihood, Jamaat and BNP together are going to form the next government, which is because at the end of the day, one thing you have to remember that nobody from the erstwhile Awami League came for the meeting, as the Army Chief mentioned. So from that perspective, if we see that the opposition is going to come back to the government, of course, an interim government all but sure that the opposition is going to come back to power here in Bangladesh.
There was an important message for Indian citizens as well from the External Affairs Ministry. It's a statement which came yesterday. They are repeating that statement now. Advisory for Bangladesh: in view of the ongoing developments, Indian nationals are strongly advised against travelling to Bangladesh till further notice. All Indian nationals presently in Bangladesh are advised to exercise extreme caution, restrict their movements and remain in contact with the High Commission of India in Dhaka through emergency phone numbers. And a series of numbers have been listed at this stage. But a rail crisis which has taken place in Bangladesh. Mr. Sen, did you manage to hear anything in that press conference about Sheikh Hasina and her whereabouts?
Yeah. By the Army Chief at all, because as one of your experts said before, that she's not being flown into India or even Great Britain, which had apparently or reportedly said no to her presence over there. But it's in all likelihood, if she's fleeing to a foreign country, whichever country that is, if it's Belarus at the end of the day. But one thing is sure that first of all, the Council of Ministers who are right now in Dhaka, a few of them, I spoke to one of them today morning itself, and the state of the way he spoke, he talked about incidentally there was one very interesting element which came out 2 days back from the Pakistan High Commission in Dhaka, and it apparently said that in that written note from the Pakistan High Commission, it basically said that the students who are on protesting right now have approached the Pakistan High Commission and have asked for whatever help they can provide, to which the Pakistan High Commission has said that yes, we will provide all kind of help that is required for the protesting students. Now that's an interesting aspect which came up a couple of days back, which was not put out in the media from that perspective, but one of the Council of Ministers who was still there in Dhaka told me a few hours back that the situation is absolutely out of hands right now, and he is actually trying to now flee the country. Because
what I can share with you at this stage as well is there's a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 transport which took off a short while back, right? And we can track it on flight radar. It's flown overhead Kolkata without landing in Kolkata and is headed north at this stage. It's flying at an altitude of about 24,000 feet. It is south of Durgapur at this stage. The C-130 is a transport aircraft. It's a military aircraft. The Bangladesh Air Force operates it. Where is the C-130 headed? We don't know, because I'm going to try and see if my camera person can zoom in to this image that I have on my screen. Can my camera person please zoom in? Hi, can we just zoom in, if possible, to this image on our screen right now? Okay, and let's just cut to an image of this plane. This is on flight radar 24. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to, yeah, great. So I'm going to show you what this is. Flight radar 24. This could be the plane carrying Sheikh Hasina. If it is, then it is a plane which took off from. It is a plane which took off from Bangladesh, from presumably from Dhaka. It flew direct overhead Kolkata, but as you can see, it didn't land in Kolkata. So I'm going to zoom in further over there. It directly crossed Kolkata without landing in Kolkata, right? It's now moving up, and it's we just follow the blue line that you see on the screen over there. It's south of Durgapur. It is past right now. We'll be looking at this very, very closely. Why would a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 transport with the code name Ajax 1431, that's the call sign, Ajax 1431, why would it be in Indian airspace at all at this stage? It's south of Asansol now. It'll be crossing into Bihar at some stage. Flight radar doesn't know where exactly, flight radar doesn't know where it's going to be headed at this stage. So we don't know where it's going to be headed over here, and we don't know the exact time. But I would suggest that the movement of this flight that you see on your screen, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Let's see if we can actually see this a little bit better if I hold it up like this. All right, I don't have it right now. But Ajax 1431 is the name of the aircraft, and I'm just going to try and track it one more time and show it on the map right now. Yeah, it is south of Asansol at this stage, and okay, so I've got a picture of the aircraft as well, and you can also see where exactly it is headed. Now, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, perhaps ex-Prime Minister would be more appropriate at this stage, had boarded this Bangladesh Air Force C-130 aircraft, flew directly over Kolkata, did not land in Kolkata. That I find very, very interesting. Just look at this. The aircraft came down, flew right over Kolkata, didn't land in Kolkata, and is continuing to fly north, and where is it going to head right now? We don't know. It's swinging north at this stage. Why would a Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, actually be there? So at this stage, it's it's called Ajax 1431. That's all I know about the aircraft at this stage. But we're going to track it very closely. The assumption is that the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina might actually be on that aircraft. On your left is a Mi-8 or Mi-17 helicopter of the Bangladesh Air Force, which she boarded to get out of her official residence, which was ransacked with hundreds of protesters entering. All right, let me just go back to my colleague Vishal, who's been tracking this minute by minute. Vishal, what are some of the other leads that you're picking up?
So right now, just a few moments ago, the Armed Forces Chief addressed a press conference. It was awaited for about an hour. He said that he had discussions with the people who have been protesting for days, and the students have conveyed him the message that they will, they will stop in some ways these protests, these violent protests. However, he's still appealing to the protesters that they need to maintain, peace in the country, because it's been weeks of violence which has killed dozens of people. Probably more than 300 people have been killed in the last 3 weeks. The violence had erupted back in July, mid-July, when protesters had demanded that the quotas should be scaled back, and they had some kind of relief by the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, who had stepped in and said that the quota will be scaled back from about 40% to 5%. However, the protests continued, and just in within 2 days of the fresh phase of protest, the PM of Bangladesh had to resign. There had been calls for her to resign. That's how the fresh wave of protests has started. The thousands of protesters across the country, especially in Dhaka, they had been demanding that Sheikh Hasina has to resign. It was widely unexpected that she will resign so soon. It's been just 24 hours since the fresh wave of protest started. It killed about 100 odd people within the space of 24 hours, and within that time frame only, the PM of Bangladesh has resigned. Mind you, this is a PM that had ruled the country with an iron fist for about more than a decade, about 3 consecutive terms, thousands of disappearances of the opposition leaders. All of that will come into picture when the new government comes in. As we've been reporting, the army has stepped in and said that it will form the interim government. Whether or not it will pass the baton to the opposition or continue to have this military rule, that remains to be seen. So all of that will have to be answered in the next few days or the months.
All right, I'm just going to go across to Mr. Khan, who's back with us. Mr. Khan, there is a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft, which is winging it across North India at this stage, North Bihar presently. Presumably, that's the aircraft with Sheikh Hasina on board. It flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there. Do you have any information of where this aircraft is going, presumably with her on board?
Who's the person?
Mr. Khan, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Khan, Vishnu here. I'm just trying to understand. There's a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft, which is now flying over Bihar. Presumably, it's got her in it. The timing of the takeoff is exactly coinciding with the crisis that we are seeing. It flew over Kolkata, didn't land over there. Do we know where she's headed, assuming that she's on board that aircraft?
I have been told that she's on board that aircraft, yes. She's on board that aircraft, and the aircraft, basically, she was not getting approval from the Indian authorities to fly through even, but I think they have secured the flight permission, and now they're flying through India, but I am not sure to which country she is heading to. Like, I have been told that she tried to land in India, but Indian authority did not accept it, considering the recent atrocities that took place in Dhaka. So nearly 500 people confirmed died, and there are many hundreds remain unaccounted for. Thousands people have lost their limbs, around 800 eye injuries. So they don't want to get into a diplomatic trouble with Bangladesh. So
it still needs to be seen whether this aircraft does land in Delhi or in any other Indian airbase, because there's only the aircraft will ultimately need to refuel as well, even if it's headed elsewhere. We're going to take a short break. There's a lot more coming up. NDTV continues to track and break every aspect of this story. The crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister, has escaped Bangladesh, flying in an aircraft over India right now. We'll continue to look at this very, very closely. Come back with the very latest.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has
Welcome back. A quick summary now of the big story that we continue to track. There's a political crisis in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. She's at the moment on board a Bangladesh Air Force C-130J transport, which is winging across India at this stage. Will she land in New Delhi or not? We do not know. The aircraft appeared to be veering towards Kolkata at a particular stage, but didn't land over there. The image on the left-hand side of your screen is of a Mi-17 helicopter, which she used to initially flee her residence in Dhaka. The images on the right is perhaps the strongest image throughout the day. This is Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, the man who was the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, later the President of Bangladesh, the father of Bangladesh, of an independent Bangladesh as it were. But the fact that there are people over there, protesters, trying to destroy that statue gives you an idea of the anger that people in Bangladesh, students in Bangladesh have. What are these protests all about? The protests have been about a quota which was given to descendants of freedom fighters, a 30% quota in government jobs. At a time when Bangladesh's employment rate or unemployment rate has been suffering greatly, students protested, said something like this was just unacceptable. Initially, the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina seemed to back the decision, but then after the protests became much more vociferous, much more violence, 100 scaled, the court did roll back its verdict, and the government seemed to say that no, look, this is all going to go away. But by then the situation got out of hand. 98 people lost their lives yesterday. The death toll now, some suggest upwards of 300. Her house this morning was ransacked. Protesters inside walking away with sofas and chairs and everything else. The commentary on Channel 24, a Bangladeshi network, saying that this is a historic moment for Bangladesh. The doors of this house were always closed. Now they are open. What happens next to Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, we do not know. But the Army Chief of Bangladesh very significantly in a press conference has said that there is an interim government in place in Bangladesh at this stage. Opposition leaders and other political leaders have met him. He's reached out to protesters telling them to go home. He's reached out to protesters saying that, look, work with us. We will ensure that all of the demands that you have made are being resolved. All of your demands will be resolved, but let there be no more violence. Let there be peace at this stage.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here. The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. A rail crisis now in Bangladesh. The Prime Minister of Bangladesh, or the ex-Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has exited the country. She's believed to be either in India or on her way to India. There are two developments which have taken place. There is some initial reports now coming in that Sheikh Hasina may have landed in Agartala. Then there is this flight radar information, which is verifiable information that we've been tracking, of a C-130 Bangladesh Air Force aircraft. Initially tried to land in Bangladesh, in Kolkata, I should say, but now presently winging its way across Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Is she on that aircraft? And if so, is she landing in Delhi? But Sheikh Hasina out of Bangladesh at this stage, it appears. The Bangladesh army is in charge. He's announced that there's going to be an interim government which is going to be formed. There are lakhs of student protesters out on the streets of Dhaka. Many of them stormed her residence, but the most the pictures which you see on the right-hand side of your screen just a few moments back, with the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, of an independent Bangladesh, being destroyed and by those protests, an attempt to destroy it or disfigure it, that really does tell a story. Remember Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Sheikh Hasina, but Sheikh Hasina has led with an iron fist for several terms in power. And there appeared to be increasingly a disconnect between her and protesters and people in Bangladesh at a time when there was a lot of unemployment, or there is a lot of unemployment in Bangladesh. There was a court verdict which came in which said that there would be 30% reservation in government jobs for descendants of freedom fighters. Sheikh Hasina initially said, okay, that was fine, but that resulted in massive protests by students who are desperate for jobs, said, this quota just doesn't work for us. Intense violence in Bangladesh. You can see buses were set on fire. The army chief in his press conference said that please go home, do not fight anymore, no more murders, no more violence. But on the streets of Dhaka, it's a condition of absolute anarchy, lakhs of people on the roads. We've heard numbers stretching from anywhere between 3 lakhs to 10 lakhs. The Bangladesh army chief said that he has ordered his men not to open fire, but he needs these protesters to work. How will they get this situation resolved at this stage? We do not know. Political meetings have started between the army and political leaders. They're trying to work through a solution to deal with this crisis, as it were, right now. I'm back with Ayanjit Sen, who's been tracking all of these. Ayanjit, any sense that you have or any details that you have at this stage? All right, a massive fire on the right-hand side of your screen that you could see over there. We'll try and get more of that. People with injuries also being taken away in the protests which have been taking place. So 100 people, we were told yesterday, lost their lives, and some reports suggesting that 400 or 500 people in all may have lost their lives in the protests which began in July. Let's try and go back to Ayanjit. Ayanjit, go ahead. What are you hearing?
Can you just repeat that, please?
What are you hearing?
Sorry?
What is the latest that you're getting?
Well, the latest that I'm getting is basically that there are some ministers who were there part of the cabinet of Sheikh Hasina, and they're apparently planning to flee to Southeast Asia. Now, I don't know which countries in Southeast Asia, but that's something which is definitely coming in as reports to me. But all depends on what's going to happen in the meeting between the army chief and the president, and of course as to what kind of an interim government they decide to form in Bangladesh visually, because post that there will be elections which will be brought in a few months' time after forming the interim government in place.
So Sheikh Hasina was flown by that helicopter to the Kurmitola base of the Bangladesh Air Force at 2:25 local time, and from there she's been on an aircraft flying her to a third country. Is that India or not? We don't know, because there is a Bangladesh Air Force Hercules aircraft over Indian airspace right now. Is it going to land in Delhi? We don't know quite yet. We're going to take a short break, return with this huge story of Bangladesh in political turmoil right now. The Prime Minister has fled the country. Protesters have entered her residence. The army in charge. An interim government will be formed.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to
Welcome back. A real political crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. Protesters have entered her residence. They've been trying to defile the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina's father. The army is in charge in Bangladesh right now. An interim government is being formed. The army chief telling protesters to go back home, stop the protests, which have seen hundreds of people lose their lives. Lakhs of people, student protesters and others, have been out on the roads of Bangladesh and the roads of Dhaka primarily today, as this situation got completely out of control. The armed forces chief, the army chief, basically telling protesters, I promise you that we will ensure that whatever it is that you want, that will be met. The protests that were taking place over a quota in government jobs, 30% of which were allotted for descendants of freedom fighters. The students said that at a time when there has been such unemployment in the country, it was unacceptable to have something like that. These are fresh pictures that you're seeing on the right hand side of your screen, and on the left hand side is the helicopter which flew Sheikh Hasina to the Kurmitullah air base a short distance away, from where she apparently boarded the C-130J Hercules aircraft and is winging it across North India at this stage, though some other reports suggest that she may actually have fled to Agartala. We don't know, but it is very curious that there is an aircraft, a Bangladesh aircraft, Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, which is over Indian airspace at this stage. It has been for a while. Let's just listen into what the army chief said a little while back.
দেশে একটা ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে, আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম, ওনারা এখানে এসেছেন, আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি।
We've had excellent conversations with several political leaders who've come over here to discuss the situation and to take things forward.
এবং ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এই দেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে।
Things will work in this government through an interim government being formed.
যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব।
The country will be run through the formation of an interim government and it will continue to run.
সমস্ত হত্যা, সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব। আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন,
Please trust the armed forces.
আস্থা রাখেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি।
I personally take all responsibility.
আপনাদের জানমাল এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি,
I promise all of you.
আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না।
Do not be let down.
যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব।
Whatever promises we are making, we will ensure that these promises are kept.
নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন।
Please assist me. Help me.
দয়া করে আর এই ভাঙচুর,
end the destruction,
মারামারি,
end the fighting,
সংঘর্ষ এগুলো থেকে
end the সংঘর্ষ।
আমি নিশ্চিত যে আপনারা যদি আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের
I am certain that if you follow the path which I am laying out for you,
নিঃসন্দেহে আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা
we will move in a beautiful direction together.
আপনারা দয়া করে আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না।
We will achieve nothing through violence. End the fighting.
সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে একটা সুন্দর ভবিষ্যতের দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হব। প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে।
We will look into every concern that has been raised about the injustices which have been committed.
নেতাগণ এখানে, নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন।
All of these leaders who I met with,
এখানে ওনারা, it was very nice of them যে ওনারা এসেছেন।
It was very nice of them that they came.
সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি।
We've had conversations with all of these political leaders.
ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা
We will form a beautiful interim government.
মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী পদত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা আমাদের কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করব।
We will continue with an interim government. We will continue the work of this government through an interim government which has been formed.
ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে সমস্ত সমস্যার সমাধান করতে সক্ষম হব।
Inshallah, we'll be able to resolve all of the problems which confront us at this stage.
যাবেন না এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসেন।
Please return to a path of peace. Let there be normalcy.
অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে,
people are being killed, there is violence, there is destruction taking place now.
আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। আমি
Please help us.
আপনারা আমাকে সাহায্য করেন।
Please help us. Please help us.
আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
All right, so that was the press conference by the Bangladesh Army Chief. Let's listen into the question and answer which also took place over here.
সেই কাঙ্ক্ষিত ভাষণ দেখেছেন, সেনাপ্রধান আরো কিছু বলার চেষ্টা করছেন, আমরা আবারও শুনি।
না, এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ। আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে
We're going to be meeting the president. It's still at an early stage. Then we'll figure things out.
এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের বিএনপির
naming various political leaders who were present at the meeting.
ছিলেন, জাতীয় পার্টির নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন এবং সুশীল সমাজ এবং এখানে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল উনি নিজেও ছিলেন এখানে এবং উনি আমার সামনেই উনি সমস্ত ছাত্রদেরকে একটা সুন্দর বার্তাও দিয়েছেন এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওরা কথা ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওরা এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে
I hope that the situation improves and that we have a beautiful future.
এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, না আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না।
Nobody from the Awami League was present in this meeting.
আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি।
This is a particular situation that we are dealing with now.
সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে।
The armed forces will continue to ensure that there is peace.
সবার দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক কর্মীদের দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা।
It is the responsibility of students and others to help the armed forces maintain peace.
এই যে একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন,
Please help us.
সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজেই নিয়ে আসতে পারব।
We will be able to bring the situation under control quite easily if you are willing to help us.
জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই।
There will be no need for a curfew if things get peaceful.
কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
I have given an order that there will be no firing done by the armed forces.
আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে পরিস্থিতি উন্নতি হবে।
I am hopeful that after the statements I made today, the situation will improve. That it will improve immediately after these remarks which I am now making.
আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করব।
We will find a solution by this evening as a result of our meetings.
আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি, আমরা যাচ্ছি যে আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর সলিউশনে আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দরা তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন। আমরা সবাই মিলে এবং সবাই আমরা এটাতে একমত পোষণ করেছি। এখন ছাত্রদের কাজ হচ্ছে যে
the work of students now
এবং আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করা
is to help us.
আমি তো বলছি এতক্ষণ আমার এই বক্তব্যের ছাত্রদের প্রতিনিধি বলতে আমি এখন ওনাদের কাউকে পাইনি। আমি ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল
I haven't yet found a representative of the students for talks to begin.
এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি
ভিডিও মেসেজ has been left for students.
ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে ইয়াদ হবে, কাজ দিবে। এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ।
Everybody stay safe, stay well.
করতে থাকবেন, আমাকে দেরি করাবেন।
Thank you very much. Don't delay me.
It's too early.
It's too early.
আমরা কাজ করছি, আমাদের একটু কাজ করতে দেন।
We are working, let us work.
আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ।
We are going to find a solution as soon as possible.
আন্দোলনরত যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান।
Whoever is out, please go back home.
আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
All right, so I've got my colleagues Vishal and Disha who joined me at the stage, also Saurabh Gupta, Vasudha Venugopal. In fact, Vasudha, let me come to you first. There are two versions over here. One is that Sheikh Hasina has landed in Agartala, and there is another one that she is on her way, that she's continuing to fly over India right now, possibly headed to Delhi, because we are tracking a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft right now. What are you getting, Vasudha?
Well, Vishnu, I'm right outside the Bangladesh High Commission, and let me tell you that there is quite a bit of uneasy quiet here, and a lot of staff members actually have, black sort of flags and badges on their shirts, and we tried to speak to a few of them, and of course, they declined to talk. I also reached out to Mustafizur Rahman, who is the High Commissioner here, and his office has basically said that he is busy in a lot of meetings, so he'll not be available to talk. But clearly, the security has also been beefed up here by Delhi police. And I was also in Parliament a short while ago, and we tried to get in touch with some of the MEA officials. There is a certain sense of uneasy calm because India will also have to rework a lot of its foreign policy calculations, because Sheikh Hasina has been a great friend of India, and also the situation that turned out in Bangladesh, considering from July 1st these protests have been going on, and this is all to do with quota protests, because a court there basically gave this judgment that 30% reservation will be brought in for family members of freedom fighters, and that really set the ball rolling for all these protests. And clearly there has been a sense of unease, and we have seen this situation play out in Sri Lanka, we have seen this situation play out in Afghanistan, Myanmar, and now Sri Lanka. So clearly there is a certain sense of worry amongst foreign officials, foreign ministry officials in India, but of course they're looking at it with a lot of caution. India has already sent out an advisory cautioning Indians against any sort of travel in Bangladesh. But other than that, the situation outside Bangladesh High Commission is of uneasy calm. Their security is getting beefed up. There is certain activity happening. There are many meetings happening here, but also many staff members having these flags and little badges of black showing their protest to the protests that have happened there.
All right, let me go across to Disha as well. Disha, what can you share with us at this stage? So we don't have the line with Disha. Let me go across to Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, let me come to you right now. Saurabh, what are the details that you're picking up at this stage?
Well, Vishnu, I think the images speak for themselves, and the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of the nation, who fought for Bangladesh's independence and creation of Bangladesh, and from West Pakistan to East Pakistan becoming finally Bangladesh. That man's statue being vandalized is something that is there, for history books, because this is something that really many who've studied Bangladesh politics will tell you where it comes from. We all know where it comes from, because that, of course, kind of politics is something that perhaps many believed in Bangladesh that had, was in the past with Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Now, like Vasudha was saying, what does this mean for India? And more specifically, because I report from West Bengal also, there is also the fact that, what, for example, Leader of Opposition Shubhendu Adhikari said a few days ago, that the protests in Bangladesh have led to worries, because any impact that is felt in the region will be felt here as well. And this has been what history has taught us. So obviously, now of course, where is Sheikh Hasina? Well, there are two answers. One is, of course, probably very closely connected to that aeroplane that we're tracking, the Bangladesh Air Force C-130J, which of course is now flying over India somewhere in Uttar Pradesh at this point. And that flight path also, like you said, is very interesting. Flew very low over Kolkata, but of course continued its flight, into over rest of India. So where is that plane headed is the big question. Who are the passenger? The passenger manifest on that plane is huge, of huge significance. So that's one thing. And now, of course, what next for Bangladesh? Because like Vasudha was saying, there are multiple things that are going to happen. One is, of course, the interim government, the restoration of law and order, becoming, a functional sort of city and a functional country, because these protests have really dismantled a lot of stuff. Newly built metro stations, newly built, all kinds of government facilities have been attacked in these, protests. So another thing that we were noting in this conflict or these set of protests is that how the goalpost shifted from being anti-quota to anti-Sheikh Hasina. Now, like Vasudha was saying, Sheikh Hasina has been a great friend of India, and between Prime Minister Modi and between Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, there have been a lot of good things that have been achieved in this bilateral relationship, recalibration of that. All of these things are, of course, in the picture, but currently the focus is on what next for Bangladesh in the immediate future. The army chief has given a timeline. This evening, perhaps, we will know about an interim government. But more importantly, like you said, all eyes are on that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft that is currently flying over Indian airspace.
Absolutely. Let me go straight across to Disha, who also has been tracking various aspects of this. Disha, multiple leads, some leads suggesting that in fact she might be on her way to a European nation. Some suggest that she's in Agartala. Saurabh sharing detail with us of that Hercules aircraft which is now winging its way across UP. So we don't know where Sheikh Hasina is, but other than that, what else are you picking up?
So looking at the domestic situation in Bangladesh right now, we're still seeing a lot of violence and a lot of protesters out on the streets. We know that a lot of protesters actually entered the Prime Minister's residence in Bangladesh after Sheikh Hasina left the residence and was in a helicopter. We're seeing these visuals of protesters, on the streets, vandalizing things. But there's now, with the army chief's address, we are expecting that things could, in a sense, calm down, because the army chief did mention that he held a meeting which had positive talks with the student leaders as well as other political leaders. However, Awami League leaders weren't present at this meeting, but in a sense, in the next couple of hours will be crucial to see how the situation in Bangladesh progresses, whether a sense of calm resumes in Bangladesh or not. He did mention that he has instructed the army forces as well as the police forces that not to fire at protesters, but we still have to see how the situation will progress. We do know that Bangladesh does in fact have a history of coups. In its history, there have been almost over 20 coups in Bangladesh history. So this is not the first time that this has happened in this country. But now it's crucial to see, because the army chief has said that he was going to form along with the army and interim government in the country, and their main aim is to bring peace in the country and look at the requests and the demands of the student protesters and, in a sense, try to fulfill these demands. But as my colleague Saurabh also mentioned, the dynamic of the student movement shifted quite quickly from an anti-quota movement to anti-Sheikh Hasina movement in the last couple of weeks. In July, when the movement first stemmed from a student protest movement, it was relatively peaceful, but as things progressed, with Sheikh Hasina's also strong language a couple of days back saying that the current protests is actually not by students but actually by criminals or by terrorists who want to ruin the country.
All right, Disha, hold on for half a second. I'm also joined by Ambassador Anil Thuggery, the former ambassador of India. Thanks so very much for being with us. Ambassador Thuggery, before I come back to you, I just want to take a look at this one image that I've got on my screen. This is of a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules. This is on flight radar 24. Let's zoom into this image, please, because this is an aircraft which took off presumably from Kurmitola Air Base, that's near Dhaka, and it is presently, after flying right over Kolkata, it is now flying south of Patna and flying between Patna and Lucknow. This is a transport aircraft, a C-130J. It bears the call sign Ajax 1431. And is it headed to New Delhi or is it headed anywhere else? It is curious that exactly in the middle of all of this taking place, you would have a Bangladesh Air Force Hercules aircraft which is actually flying over India. So a couple of different accounts which are taking place. Is this the aircraft which is evacuating Sheikh Hasina is the question that we actually want to look at. But let me go straight across to Ambassador Thuggery. We'll talk about Bangladesh in a moment, but let's talk about Sheikh Hasina as well. She's had a great equation with this government. India, Bangladesh's closest neighbor, physically and otherwise as well. What are the choices for New Delhi right now as we see that aircraft flying overhead, presumably with her on board?
Well, I think that if we were to look at it as a friend, then she might be welcome here to come and stay. But it will have its own repercussions as we go forward. Then there could be, at the grassroots level, there could be some problem, and this could convey some wrong messaging. So at the same time, I think that till she has landed here, we can't really speculate much, or if she is allowed to stay here. We have done so in several cases, as you know, in Afghanistan and some others who have come and stayed in India. They are friends of India, but more importantly, Bangladesh is a friend of India. So irrespective of the fact that whichever government is in power, whoever is in power, we want the stability and security of Bangladesh to be restored at the earliest, and India has always stood by it. And now, if you were to see India's track record in the recent times only, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Maldives, the most of the countries that have started off with little anti-India campaign eventually were salvaged by it, and they have understood the worth of India's assistance and the good intent of within the compass of the neighborhood first policy. So I think that this is what the people of Bangladesh will see. Right now, there is a moment in which there is a lot of turmoil that is taking place, and how do we go through this turbulence, whether there will be interim government and subsequently elections, because even it is not going to be that easy for an army if it wishes to continue longer.
All right. Thanks, Ambassador Thuggery. We'll come back to you in just a little while from now. But just hang on for one more moment, sir. I want you to talk a little bit about the image which we saw on the right-hand side of our screen, the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, not the image, the statue, being defiled by protesters over there. It's almost unbelievable because he is the father of Sheikh Hasina, but the hero of Bangladesh, the first Prime Minister. What are your thoughts as you see this image?
It is very, very sad that what is happening, that some people are doing it. It also shows that how much anger is there at the grassroots against the Awami League and the Sheikh Hasina family. But this is really a very sad moment, I think so. And I think this will divide the country more than address the issues.
Yeah. All right, sir. Thanks very much for being with us. Just a quick summary of what exactly it is that we are tracking right now. A political crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled. Protesters have entered her residence. They've been pilfering, looting, moving away. The army has held a press conference. The army chief, an interim government is being formed. The army has appealed to people to go home. The army chief has promised people they will not open fire on the protesters. But there are lakhs of people out there. Will they listen? Because it is chaos, anarchy, mayhem in the streets of the Bangladeshi capital right now. Lakhs of people, some numbers suggest up to 10 lakh people may in fact be out there. The interim government being formed, it's a process. The first round of talks between political leaders has taken place. More talks are now taking place and will throughout the evening. That's the basic information we have as far as Sheikh Hasina. She was fled. She has fled. She was moved away in a helicopter that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. She seems to have boarded a Hercules transport aircraft from Kurmitola Air Base, that's near Dhaka, and that aircraft is now flying over the Indian subcontinent between Patna and Lucknow right now. Is it going to land in Delhi or not? That's something that we need to find out very, very soon.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Welcome back. It's all over for Sheikh Hasina as far as being Prime Minister of Bangladesh is concerned. She has now exited Bangladesh. She is fleeing after protesters moved into a house, ransacked that house. There have been lakhs of protesters out in Bangladesh after hundreds of people have lost their lives in the violence that we've seen. Statues of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, the father of Bangladesh, are being defiled as well. At this stage, Sheikh Hasina is on board this aircraft. You can see that on your screen. Which is a C-130J Hercules transport of the Bangladesh Air Force that is now flying between Patna and Lucknow. It flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there. And as we understand it now, some preliminary reports suggest that it's going to be landing at Delhi airport at about 5 o'clock or so. Whether she stays on in Delhi or she moves out elsewhere. Remember, she has a niece in London, so that's one possibility which is being looked at. But let's just cut across to this image right now that you see on your screen. This is from Flight Radar 24, and that's the aircraft. It bears the call sign Ajax 1431. This is the aircraft that Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, is on. So the question, therefore, is where does she land? It is quite clear now, some reports suggesting that she's going to be landing in Delhi. Whether she boards another aircraft or this aircraft continues to fly her out of the country after refueling is something that we will need to see. Whether she's going to be in India for a while, again, that's something we're going to need to see. The External Affairs Ministry at this juncture not really replying to these developments, but they will shortly, I'm sure. But what's the situation in Bangladesh? Because, as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned, it's just a matter of interest at this juncture. Her house was ransacked. The army chief came on record. An interim government is being formed. The process of forming that interim government is continuing on the basis of talks which are taking place even now. Those talks will continue right through to the evening. The army chief appealing to protesters, of whom lakhs are out on the streets of Dhaka, the Bangladeshi capital, to return home. Please cooperate with the army. The army is ordered not to open fire on them. We've got our correspondents out tracking every aspect of the story. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal, Disha with us as well, and Vishal tracking all of this, and also Mohammad Ghazali with us. Ghazali, let me come across to you first. What are you hearing? Has India's External Affairs Ministry responded at all to Sheikh Hasina, whose aircraft appears to be headed to Delhi?
See, as of now, there has been no statement from the External Affairs Ministry, but they're keeping a close watch on it because we know that when this protest started happening, the External Affairs Ministry was getting inputs that certain anti-India elements were also involved in these protests. But now, since Sheikh Hasina has moved out of Bangladesh, an interim government formation process is still on. The army has taken over, but the negotiations with different political parties are going on. The violence has not stepped down even now in Bangladesh. In the Dhaka, in the capital city, the protesters are still out on the street. They stormed through her official residence. They are still out there. The army is not using any force to quell these protesters. Meanwhile, what we are picking up right now, that there is a very likelihood that after arriving in India, Sheikh Hasina may fly out to UK, where one of her cousins is also a parliamentarian. So this is what we have been told right now, but External Affairs Ministry is keeping a close watch on the developments there, but no official statement so far, or whether she will be received officially there or not, and what time she'll be landing there is still uncertain.
All right, let's go across to Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, what are your government sources telling you at this stage?
Well, Vishnu, I'm right outside the Bangladesh High Commission, and let me tell you that there is a sense of uneasy calm here, and we don't know where Sheikh Hasina would be landing. Some people say that she could be landing in Delhi and then, of course, proceeding to London. But let me also tell you that there are staff members inside this complex who are also wearing these black badges of protest. So clearly saying that, you know, whatever is happening in Bangladesh, of course, will have consequences not just in India, but the entire neighborhood. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has been a trusted friend of India, and this whole 10 years has been seen as a Shonali Adhyay, you know, the golden period of diplomacy, because both Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina have had a very trusted friendship, and Sheikh Hasina has also sort of, you know, dealt with, addressed India's concerns regarding Islamic terror extremism, and you know, but other than that, there have also been concerns with regard to how democratic the elections were. Remember, she came to power for the 4th term, and you know, she's been in power in Bangladesh since 2009, and she was in Delhi just a few days ago for her bilateral meeting, and also for the swearing in of Narendra Modi for the 3rd time. So clearly, you know, many policy changes will have to be made with regard to the foreign policy strategy of India. But as regard to, you know, now the Bangladesh High Commission is sort of, you know, there are many media people here, and of course, you know, the security has been beefed up. You can see Delhi police on that side as well. And of course, I also reached out to Mustafizur Rahman, who is the High Commissioner there, and his office has said that, you know, he is continuously in a spate of meetings, so he'll not be able to meet media people today. So there is a sense of uneasy calm, and of course we are waiting for some more updates as to where Sheikh Hasina could be actually headed, if she's actually coming to Delhi, and where she could be staying, if that actually is the truth.
So, you know, she's got a niece in the United Kingdom, Vasudha, so that's one possibility. Again, we don't know very much at this juncture. Disha, what are you picking up?
Domestic situation in Bangladesh, as my colleague Ghazali also mentioned, there is still a lot of turmoil and violence on the streets. We're seeing that the protesters, lakhs and lakhs of protesters are still out on the streets. We're also getting visuals on social media and other local media of the protesters inside Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister's official residence, and they are, you know, ransacking the residence in a sense, and they're posing for pictures with the different the interiors of the residence. But we're still seeing a lot of sloganeering and a lot of protesters out on the streets calling for their demands to be fulfilled. Now that the army chief has spoken and said that they're forming an interim government and have spoken to the leaders of the different protesting groups, it's now a time to wait and watch and see how the situation in Bangladesh is going to progress, if we're going to see in a sense things calming down. a curfew is still ongoing in Bangladesh, but the army chief has said that if things calm down, the curfew will be removed. They have also the army chief also mentioned that he has instructed the armed forces as well as the police not to fire at protesters, and he said that if the protesters cooperate with him and the army, things can calm down in Dhaka. But as far as the latest is being seen, the internet is still shut down, but certain regions of Bangladesh internet has been restored, but still a lot of turmoil, and this is now a developing situation. Sheikh Hasina, as you mentioned, has left the country, but it's still unclear as to where she is headed. But in terms of her, tenure in Bangladesh, she has been in power in Bangladesh since 2009. She actually won a fourth term in Bangladesh in January this year. And again, that election was also deemed as unfair by many groups because the opposition parties actually refused to participate in that election. So this is a historic day in the sense that her, over almost 15-year rule in Bangladesh is in a sense coming to an end now that she has resigned and left the country. It is still unclear as to where she's landing.
Well, some reports suggest that she might be landing over here, Disha, in Delhi at about 5 o'clock. We're tracking that aircraft. It's the C-130 transport of the Bangladesh Air Force, now winging its way across North India over Uttar Pradesh at this juncture. All right, let's go across to Saurabh Gupta, who's been looking at the situation now. Saurabh, Sheikh Hasina at this juncture, frankly, is a matter of interest. The real story is what's happening in Bangladesh, the violence, about 100 people just yesterday losing their lives, upwards of 300, 400 people since the month of July. The army chief has made an appeal to people saying, please go home, stop the violence, we are not going to fire on you. Are we getting any indicators that people are now slowly starting to disperse?
Well, the latest images that we've seen are Ganabhavan being breached, the gates of Ganabhavan being breached, and of course, protesters who breached the Ganabhavan, enjoying a meal inside the Prime Minister's official residence. Also, lots of pictures now coming in from Dhaka, but whether we can safely say that the worst is over is something that would be too premature. So obviously at this point, till the time there is some sort of a system, government in place, at least an interim government, it is difficult to say what the situation is going to be. Now, the army chief's appeal, many believe, will have an impact. Now, one of the reasons why what we were being given to understand is earlier that the army had advised Sheikh Hasina to leave the Ganabhavan premises, anticipating this kind of a situation. And what we've also been given to understand is Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned on the advice of the army, and therefore the army, of course, is trying to now quell the situation, quell the protests by also ensuring that there is some sort of rapprochement by issuing no firing orders. That is something that we've seen play out in the streets of Dhaka and the rest of the country in Bangladesh over the last few days, and many had believed that there was peace and calm returning slowly, but on Sunday that violence really spiked, and the number of deaths we know are in very well above 100, and places like Sirajganj, places like Rangpur bearing the brunt of that violence. In fact, one of the other concerns that many are raising, and this is whether whether it's the Chief Minister of West Bengal who's commented on it, or whether now it's the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, who commented on it today, that the situation unfolding in Bangladesh is a cause of worry, not just for India, but also for West Bengal specifically, given the fact that we share, the largest border perhaps with, Bangladesh as far as the country is concerned. And the possibility of, people coming in from there in this situation also cannot be ruled out completely. That's what the leader of opposition in West Bengal, BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari, said. Earlier, Mamata Banerjee had also talked about, shelter, quoting that UN, protocol. So obviously, these are conversations that have been had, although there is, of course, a lot of, political developments that are taking place quick and fast in Bangladesh. There is also the setting up of a new interim government. In fact, the army chief at that press conference was hurriedly walking out, and when press reporters were asking him a few more questions, you heard him say that the more questions you ask, the more you delay me, clearly indicating that the pressing matter at hand for him was setting up an interim government in Bangladesh after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's resignation. Now, of course, the next question then is, where is Sheikh Hasina? Now, like we've been reporting, Vishnu, that Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules, of course, is something, that plane that we've all been tracking is something that's of great interest now. What is a Bangladesh Air Force plane doing in Indian airspace? Who is it carrying? What are the names on the passenger manifest? Those are things that, of course, are of also great interest at this point for anyone who's watching the situation in Bangladesh. India has already issued an advisory for Indian citizens in Bangladesh, but larger problem, of course, is a lot of evacuations we know had taken place over the last few days since these protests broke out. India not only evacuated Indian citizens, but also students from Bhutan and Nepal were evacuated. The Maitri Express from Kolkata, the Mitali Express to Dhaka have all been temporarily halted. So a lot of developments have been taking place, but currently the focus is on what next for Bangladesh, who's going to be leading that interim government, and second, of course, is what next for Sheikh Hasina. Where is she is the most important question.
So Saurabh, where is she? I can tell you she's a few minutes flying time from Lucknow at this juncture, but I presume the aircraft would fly right over Lucknow and perhaps wing its way to New Delhi, because she seems to be headed to New Delhi at this juncture. Saurabh, is there anything else that we should focus on now? Because I think the biggest concern is the law and order situation in Bangladesh. It's all one thing for the army chief to say, please go back home. But if there is a mob mentality which breaks in, we are seeing these incredible, these tragic pictures of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's bust statue being destroyed. The larger question therefore is that, has enough been done to restore law and order?
Absolutely mind-boggling images. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangabandhu as we refer to him, in fact, someone who is credited with fighting against Pakistan and creating the independent country of Bangladesh, is now, of course, his statue is being vandalized in the country. Those shocking images of Ganobhavan's gates being breached, and then, of course, people, vandalizing Ganobhavan, the official residence of the Prime Minister. These are very, very shocking images from Bangladesh. And yes, the army chief has said no firing orders have been issued. But the images on the streets of Bangladesh are still that of a mob on the streets. Calm and peace and tranquility are not words that you would describe, you would use to describe the situation in Bangladesh currently. But that's the hope that the interim government will have also by the time it's set up this evening, is what we're being told. And also, remember, there is, whatever happens in Bangladesh, the fact is that also West Bengal being very close to Bangladesh geographically, always is, there is a concern. And that is, of course, something that we've seen the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, also voice, given what we've seen on the streets of Bangladesh. For example, yesterday in Rangpur, a man was killed. He was, of course, from the Awami League, but his Hindu identity is something that has been widely reported. So all of these questions are on the minds of those who are watching Bangladesh, and of course, at this point, it's a very, very tricky situation, very, very volatile situation. Like I said, peace, calm are not words that one would use to describe the situation or anything close to what is going on in Bangladesh at this point, but closely watching that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, and of course, presuming that, perhaps very important persons could be on that aircraft. And where is Sheikh Hasina is the primary question. what
All right,
next
Saurabh,
for
we'll keep
Bangladesh.
coming back to
and
you.
then perhaps the larger question is what next for India?
Absolutely,
vis-a-vis
absolutely,
Bangladesh.
and we'll track that. You know, some reports suggesting that it would be about 5 o'clock by the time she lands in Delhi. If indeed she's headed here, she appears to be headed here, at least that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft headed right to Delhi. So we'll have to wait and see, maybe a little bit more than that. Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
No, but it's not a
Motorola
coup.
Razr
Who said it's a
50
coup?
Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Intense violence in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has fled. She's likely to land in Delhi. The army in charge presently, but an interim government is being formed. The army chief has addressed the nation as an appeal for peace. He says that murderers will be probed. The army chief assures the nation. An angry mob storms into the residence of the Bangladesh Prime Minister. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue. Bangabandhu was the first Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Where is Sheikh Hasina headed in all of this? There is an aircraft which is a Bangladesh Air Force transport expected to land in Delhi, possibly having her on board. But will she be headed to London? That's what one suggestion says.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Welcome back. The big story that we are tracking at this stage, the collapse of the Bangladesh government. Sheikh Hasina has escaped the country, likely to land in Delhi anytime now. Protesters stormed into her residence, broke open the gates, took away furniture, lakhs of people out on the streets of Dhaka, student protests completely out of control. The army is in charge. There's an interim government which is being formed. The army chief has asked people to go back home. Will they? That's the big question. What are these protests all about, which prompted Sheikh Hasina to exit her country? They were about a quota for jobs in the government for relatives of those who were freedom fighters at a time when there is a high unemployment or relatively high unemployment in Bangladesh. Students said absolutely no, that quota completely unexpected. There was a rollback of that quota, but it wasn't enough. The protests continued. Hundreds have lost their lives. Let's go across to Ghazali, who's been tracking all the developments along with Disha Bakchi. Ghazali, what are you hearing?
See, the army is also negotiating with Bangladesh Nationalist Party for an interim government. Probable names are out. Professor Samiullah is one who may be heading the government, but this is still preliminary because the government formation is still in process. And before that, the army chief is negotiating with all the probable parties who were anti-Sheikh Hasina camp, because all this while these protests were being backed by BNP, backed by Jamaat Islami, and very significant from here on. What kind of shape and direction Bangladesh's politics will take will be decided, that which party will be in majority there, which party will be given the charge to run the government by the army. Right now, Bangladesh Nationalist Party is heading there, is sort of running in the lead right now, is in the discussion with the army chief. And in a very short while from now, perhaps after the discussion is over, the army chief may be announcing that who will be taking charge for the interim government in Bangladesh.
All right, Disha, what are you getting? What is the latest that you're picking up?
So the latest that we are picking up is that internet services are still shut down in Bangladesh. Lakhs of people are still on the streets. Lot of turmoil, lot of vandalizing still on the streets. We're seeing that protesters are continuing to be in the Prime Minister's residence, and they have not yet exited the residence and still kind of in the residence and causing a lot of turmoil and ransacking of the residence in a sense. But otherwise, after it's been almost an hour or more since the army chief's address, but the people are still out on the streets, still sloganeering. And now, as my colleague Ghazali mentioned, there are talks of the government formation, the interim government formation, but we are still seeing a lot of people out on the streets, and there is no sense of calm yet in the country. In Bangladesh, as you can see, the visuals on the screen show the protesters inside the Prime Minister's official residence and sort of posing for pictures and things like that. And we're seeing that the situation in Bangladesh continues to be very dynamic. Within minutes now, reports are saying that, and sources are saying that the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, or the former Prime Minister who's now resigned, will land in Delhi. It is yet to be understood where she's headed next, from Delhi, or whether she will remain in Delhi.
All right, well, we're going to wrap this up before my colleague Gauri comes in, but just a quick reminder of the big story that we've been tracking for the last couple of hours. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh is no longer Prime Minister of that country. She has exited Bangladesh. She's fled her country. She's on board a Hercules transport aircraft of the Bangladesh Air Force, expected to land in Delhi at any time. This is after thousands of protesters stormed into her residence. They fled with furniture, with cutlery, with anything and everything that they could find. The images that you see on the right-hand side of your screen, in an effort to defile the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, one of the most revered figures in that country, but the anger now all pervasive. The army is in charge, an interim government is being formed. The process is starting out right now. There'll be more meetings, perhaps a further announcement this evening, but the message of the army chief in a press conference being telecast across Bangladesh to lakhs of protesters was this: go home, end the violence. We will ensure that if there is any illegality which has been committed, we'll be looking into that. We'll take a short break, more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Novak Djokovic wins the Olympic gold.
Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome, you're watching our rolling coverage of the latest that's happening in Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and those of our viewers tuning in right now. As things stand right now, the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has flown out of the country. There is flux right now over the next couple of hours, even as the army chief has asked for all protesters to go back to their houses. Let's take a look at the headlines coming in at this hour. Army coup in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina flies out of country. Sheikh Hasina has been ousted. She's flown out of the country amidst unprecedented protests. Army has taken over and announced an interim government to be formed, even as Army chief addressed the nation and called for peace amongst the protesters. Army mob storms into Bangladesh Prime Minister's residence. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue, Dhaka Palace, ransacked by protesters. Where is Sheikh Hasina headed? The flight radar suggests that the Bangladesh C-130J was spotted over Kolkata as the Sheikh Hasina is expected to land in Delhi anytime soon now. Aircraft carrying Sheikh Hasina has been in Indian airspace for 40 minutes. Bangladesh is on the boil right now. At least 98 people have been killed. In fact, hundreds have been injured, and that number could just be increasing because there is turmoil on the streets of Dhaka. Across Bangladesh, police use tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse tens of thousands who've been demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Hasina, and they've got it. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has resigned. She's now former Prime Minister of Bangladesh. She won a historic mandate earlier this year, in a mandate that was marred by a lot of opposition and in fact boycott by the main opposition party. But what happens next in Bangladesh? It's had a history of civil unrest. 100 people, as I said, have already been killed. Since 16th of July, Bangladesh has been on the boil over quota, and quota protests took over the entire country. The clashes broke out even as Supreme Court last week came in favor of the quota protesters, slashed the amount from 30% to just 5%, but that did little to address the nationwide protests that were spiraling out of hand. There's been an indefinite countrywide curfew that has been slashed, and mobile internet continues to be under very tight restrictions. But first up, listen in to what the army chief had to say when he asked and appealed for calm and asked all lakhs of protesters to go back to their houses, and said that there will be an interim government even as the next few weeks could mean flux for Bangladesh. Listen in.
ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে। আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম। ওনারা এখানে এসেছেন। আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি। সেখানে আমরা সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছি যে একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট আমরা ফর্ম করব এবং ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এদেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে। আমরা এখন মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির কাছে যাব যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব। আমি আপনাদের কথা দিচ্ছি, সমস্ত হত্যা, সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব। আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন, সশস্ত্র বাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি। আপনাদের জানমাল এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি যে আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না। ইনশাআল্লাহ আপনাদের যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব এবং দেশে একটা শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা ফিরিয়ে নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন। দয়া করে আর এই ভাঙচুর, হত্যা, মারামারি, সংঘর্ষ এগুলো থেকে বিরত হন। আমি নিশ্চিত যে আপনারা যদি আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের সাথে যদি একসাথে যদি কাজ করি আমরা, নিঃসন্দেহে আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হতে পারব। আপনারা দয়া করে আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না, আর কিছু আমরা পাবো না। সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে একটা সুন্দর ভবিষ্যতের দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হব। প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে। আমরা আজকে সুন্দরভাবে কথা বলেছি। সমস্ত দলের প্রধান দলের নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন। আমি ওনাদের ইনভাইট করেছিলাম এখানে। ওনারা ভেরি নাইস অফ দেম যে ওনারা এসেছেন অ্যান্ড আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি এবং এই আলোচনাটা ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা দেশ পরিচালনা করব। মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী পদত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা আমাদের কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করব। আপনারা একটু ধৈর্য ধরেন, আমাদের কিছু সময় দেন, ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে সমস্ত সমস্যার সমাধান করতে সক্ষম হব। আপনারা আর এই সংঘাতের পথে যাবেন না এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসেন। আমাদের দেশের অনেক ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে। তো এগুলো থেকে আপনারা বিরত হন এবং আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি, আপনারা আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
দর্শক আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই সেই কাঙ্ক্ষিত ভাষণ দেখেছেন। সেনাপ্রধান আরো কিছু বলার চেষ্টা করছেন, আমরা আবারও শুনি।
এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ, আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে আলাপ আলোচনার মাধ্যমে এটা আমরা করব। আজকে এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের বিএনপির শীর্ষস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন, জাতীয় পার্টির নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন এবং সুশীল সমাজ এবং এখানে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল উনি নিজেও ছিলেন এখানে এবং উনি আমার সামনেই উনি সমস্ত ছাত্রদেরকে একটা সুন্দর বার্তাও দিয়েছেন এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওরা কথা ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওরা এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে আমরা এগিয়ে যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না। হ্যাঁ, আজকে বিকজ আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি, আমরা আজকে যে এই পরিস্থিতি এটা একটা আমরা একটা নিয়ন্ত্রণ নিয়ে আসবো। সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে এবং আপনাদের সবার দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক কর্মীদের দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা এবং আপনারা মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে আমাদেরকে এই যে একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন, সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজেই নিয়ে আসতে পারব। না, যদি জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না। আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে পরিস্থিতি উন্নতি হবে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিবেশের দিকে যাচ্ছি। আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করবো, বাট আমাদের হয়তো 2-1 দিন সময় দিতে হবে। এটা আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি, আমরা যাচ্ছি যে আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর সলিউশনে আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন। আমরা সবাই মিলে এবং সবাই আমরা এটাতে একমত পোষণ করেছি। এখন ছাত্রদের কাজ হচ্ছে যে শান্ত হওয়া এবং আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করা। আমি তো বলছি এতক্ষণ আমার এই বক্তব্যের ছাত্রদের প্রতিনিধি বলতে আমি এখন ওনাদের কাউকে পাইনি। আমি ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুলকে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছি, যেহেতু ওনাকে ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করেন এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি আশা করব যে এই ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে ইয়াদ হবে, কাজ দিবে। এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। এখানে আপনারা যত প্রশ্ন করতে থাকবেন আমাকে দেরি করাবেন। ইট ইজ টু আর্লি, ইটস টু আর্লি। আমরা কাজ করছি, আমাদের একটু কাজ করতে দেন, একটু সময় দেন। আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। হ্যাঁ, আপনারা সবাই যারা আন্দোলনরত, যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
Okay, that was Bangladesh Army Chief making a pitch, making an appeal for calm and for protesters to stop the violence, stop the vandalism. On your screen, some of them are the visuals that you see, some of them are deferred visuals, but you can see that on your screen, that vandalism and violence is what protesters have been resorting to, and we'll keep getting fresh visuals of that story. Even as Sheikh Hasina has fled, she's no more in the country, she's no more in Bangladesh, the army has taken over, there's an interim government that will be put in place, but when that happens remains to be seen. As of now, there is a constitutional crisis in Bangladesh because the president is expected to take over. There's no army coup. Let me just tell this to our viewers. There's no army coup. There's no effort by the army to take power forcibly, but it is now in charge till an interim government comes in. Okay, let's get in my colleagues to get all the angles to this developing story, which has huge implications for India. Even as, let's first get in Mohammad Ghazali, Vishal Vivek, as well as Vasudha Venugopal to tell us the different angles to this big story that we are tracking. But first up, Ghazali, let me ask you this, the immediate, before we come to the big picture in terms of the impact this has for India, the big picture, she's supposed to, Sheikh Hasina's fighter jet is supposed to land in India very shortly. What are the next steps? What are the kind of diplomatic protocol that she will be extended to? Whom could she meet? Most important, refueling stop before she goes further. What's it? Talk to us about the next immediate steps, given that she is going to be in Indian territory very shortly.
See, as far as the diplomatic processes is concerned, India is walking a very tight rope here because they don't want to be seen as somebody who is helping Sheikh Hasina while the situation is on the boil in Bangladesh. The BSF DG has rushed to Kolkata to ensure that the borders remain quite calm. And that is why what is expected when Sheikh Hasina lands here in Delhi, that perhaps for a short while she will stay for refueling. And what we are picking up is that she will be flying to London because she has got her niece, who is a parliamentarian there. So it is very likely that her stay in India will not be longer than usual, because many diplomatic experts or the old Bangladesh watchers are saying that India will have to trade very cautiously in a situation like this, where an interim government is still not in place. The army chief has hinted of interim government formation, and they're also in touch with the academicians in Bangladesh. And one name which has come up in Bangladesh is Professor Salimullah, who is a professor of fine arts there, and he may be heading the government. But just to tell our viewers, the government is not in place right now. It's still under the army control. The interim government formation has not happened, and the army is still discussing with different political parties. So as far as her stay in India is concerned, even if it is going to be there, it will be very short, for very short duration. And as you mentioned, it may be just for the refueling before she departs for London.
Absolutely, it could be a quick refueling stop. But again, what is the kind of diplomatic protocol that India will extend to former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina? Who could she be meeting at the airport? How long could this stay be? Could really give an indication of how India is viewing this entire crisis in Bangladesh. Stay with me, Ghazali. I'm also getting Vasudha, but before that, Vishal, let me ask you this, that in terms of the turmoil that is happening in Bangladesh right now, Army Chief's appeal for for ensuring calm, for protesters to stop the vandalism is having absolutely no impact. The latest visuals that I was seeing, which we'll get for our viewers also in a short bit, is that the museum has also been set on fire by protesters.
That is correct. So this has been going on for at least 2 weeks now. Lakhs of protesters have been on the streets for more than 15 days now. So it would take some time to contain these emotions. They had been on a rampage for about 2 weeks. There had been repeated clashes between police and the protesters, which had resulted in deaths of at least 300 people over the last 15 to 20 days. It will take some time. It has been a couple of hours since the army chief addressed the media and asked the protesters to calm down, and extended a hand that they will form a government, an interim government that they will probably make with the BNP, which is the main opposition party in Bangladesh right now. So what this means for India is also one of the main questions, because in the past when BNP had been in the power, it had been a tough ride for India as far as the anti-terror operations are concerned on the border of India and Bangladesh. India had faced a lot of troubles on the border due to BNP being in the power. And ever since BNP's ouster, Sheikh Hasina had stepped in and extended a friend's hand to India and said that the government will support India in any ways possible to contain the anti-terror operations across the border, and they had been successful in many ways. So that is the main key point for India, and how this new government, how it adapts, that remains to be seen.
Yes.
Whether the Islamic fundamentalism will come back,
Absolutely.
that remains to be seen.
That's a concern, that's a fear, but I'm going to come to that in just a bit, because I want to first address the immediate. Vasudha, I'm going to come to you, but I want to address the latest visuals. Let's take them full frame. There you can see that's the latest visuals coming in of the museum being set on fire by the protesters. As I said, the appeal for calm having zero impact on the protesters. Some reports suggested that over 4 lakh protesters were on the streets today in Dhaka, despite the fact that their number one demand. Sheikh Hasina has left Bangladesh. The country, though, remains on the boil because protesters refuse to go back, refuse to withdraw, even though their biggest demand has been met. Those are the latest visuals coming in of the museum being vandalized, in fact being burnt by protesters, even as the army continues to ask for the calm to prevail, for protesters to go back. In fact, earlier we had visuals of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh. His statue was also vandalized. Okay, I'm going to come to Vasudha in just a bit, but I want to now get in the India angle. Ghazali, now this is very important and very significant for India from 2 aspects. One is the fact that who comes next, as to who will now take over, whose government could be formed, and who would be the interim prime minister, because remember, you can only be the prime minister if you're there in parliament. The primary opposition party, that was BNP, boycotted the elections completely. So there cannot be any representative from Khalida Zia's party. So who could take over in the interim before the elections are announced? Because this turmoil cannot go on for any time longer than absolutely necessary.
See, first that India has lost its trusted aid in Bangladesh. We know that how Sheikh Hasina was here in the swearing ceremony, and she was one of the first international leaders to visit India or meet Prime Minister Modi after he took over for his 3rd term here. So one, that we have lost a trusted partner. Second, the bigger concern for India is that right now the region, our neighborhood, immediate neighborhood is in turmoil. There is instability, and all depends upon the army chief, because he made those announcements. He facilitated a departure of Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh while the entire country was on the boil. He ensured that she's safely leaving the country, departing the country with her sister. So all depends upon who he appoints as somebody to take charge for the new government. The third thing is that India will also be concerned that not any party which has even a remotest hint of being and having a history of anti-India sentiments or harnessing anti-India
I'm going to come back to that aspect, because that requires greater discussion in terms of what happens if Khalida Zia or some of the other elements come to power. But I want to get in Vasudha first. She's standing outside Bangladesh High Commission. Vasudha, how India now deals with the present and immediate is very significant. How long Sheikh Hasina stays in Delhi, what is the kind of diplomatic protocol that is extended to her will be very significant and important. Talk to us, what are your sources telling you about this?
Well, Gauri, I'm coming to you from the Bangladesh High Commission, and the action here has really intensified in the last few hours. When I came here in the afternoon, there were hardly like a few policemen, but now if you look at the security here, it's been beefed up. There are barricades everywhere, and there are staff members inside this complex who are also wearing those black badges of protest, signaling that they also support what really happened in Bangladesh. And remember, what happened in Bangladesh was something that was sort of a deja vu, because we've seen something like this happening in Sri Lanka and of course in Afghanistan and Myanmar. So India's neighborhood has been in a state of unrest, and clearly, these protests in Sri Lanka started on July 1st, and we've seen that intensify over the last few days, with the army in some ways also supporting it, and India has been very concerned about it, considering Jamaat-e-Islami's youth wing has also been supporting the protests. So MEA has officially reacted to this in the past few days, saying that it is monitoring the situation. In fact, just yesterday, India released a very important stern advisory to citizens, signaling them, cautioning them, against any travel in Bangladesh, and making it very clear that they also need to be in touch with the Bangladesh High Commission there. So for India, Bangladesh is very critical, because, it is also important, a pivotal country for its Look East policy, considering that India also wants to stall China's advance and influence in this particular region. And when it comes to Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina's relationship, Gauri, you know this better than anybody else. It has been like a Shonali Adhyay, like it's been a golden era of diplomacy for both countries, because be it bilateral relations, or for that matter trade, infrastructure, port connectivity, or for that matter even cultural relations, we've seen that grow in the last 10 years. But apart from that, there have also been concerns raised with the allegedly anti-democratic nature of the elections that took place in January, which also put Sheikh Hasina back in power for the fourth term. She's been at the helm of Bangladesh since 2009, but she's been a trusted ally of India. Khaleda Zia, the opponent, has been extremely critical of Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi friendship. So clearly a lot of reworking of foreign ties will have to be done, which is what our MEA officials are sort of involved in. But as of now, we know that she has sort of left from Bangladesh, and she is somewhere, she's expected to go to an undisclosed location. It could be London, she could be actually coming to Delhi and going off to London, but there is no clarity, there is no official statement on what kind of diplomatic treatment that she could get from India, because this is one area where India would be extremely careful, and there would be a lot of thought put into this, and that is one thing that India would be very careful about. And remember that she has been to India for at least 10 times in the last 10 years, and she was here just on the 24th of June, and also for the swearing in of the Prime Minister for the third time. So there are many friendly ties at stake. At the same time, for India to put on that objective, neutral face to ensure that its own interest is at the helm of it will be very critical.
Absolutely. In fact, Vasudha, I was coming to just that. The personal camaraderie, the personal equation that Prime Minister Modi shares with Sheikh Hasina, it's only grown in the last decade or so. And in fact, India was one of the few countries that was rock solidly behind Sheikh Hasina's re-election earlier this year. Talk to us about how the dynamics now gets changed, and what is it that is now the thinking in the security establishment given these developments that are coming in.
Well, Gauri, as we know that Sheikh Hasina has been a trusted ally of, of India, and also particularly of Narendra Modi, when it came to addressing India's concerns about, Islamic terrorism, Islamic extremism. She has been somebody who has addressed those concerns, and that has also been a point of contention between Sheikh Hasina and Khaleda Zia. So clearly Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi have also started many projects between Bangladesh and India, strengthening the bilateral ties, and when it comes to port connectivity, infrastructure, this whole railway station in Agartala, and also Indo-Bangla movie making, the kind of shared heritage that we have with respect to Rabindranath Tagore, or celebrating the legacy of Mujibur Rahman. All these things did happen in the last 10 years, which is why this friendship was considered, this whole age was considered Shonali Adhyay, or the golden era of diplomacy between India and Bangladesh, because it did reach the peak of, diplomacy. But other than that, there have been concerns with regard to Sheikh Hasina's high high-handedness, you know, these whole allegations against her rigging these elections, and also most importantly the alleged high-handedness and also the anti-democratic nature of these polls that also saw her becoming the Prime Minister of Bangladesh for the fourth time, and the way she dealt with opponents. So India has been very careful about this. She was also one of the leaders who was invited for Narendra Modi swearing in, and she was, you know, amongst the first foreign foreign dignitaries to visit Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he took over for the third time. So clearly many, you know, friendly ties up there. But at the same time, India has, under Jaishankar and under Dr. Jaishankar and under Narendra Modi, has always put its own interests first. It has actually devised a new Look East policy where it looks at its own interest and also in some ways stalling the influence of China in this region, which is why I think it will be very mindful about the changing dynamics in the country, and it will look for a strategy which will put the national interest at the helm of it.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Vasudha. I want to also now bring in Major General G.G. Dwivedi joining us live on the broadcast for the security implications of what's happening in Bangladesh. General Dwivedi, now this has huge security implications for India. The long border that we have with Bangladesh, it's been porous, it is porous. The fact that in the northeast in the past, especially when it was not Sheikh Hasina's tenure, there have been very heightened security risks. How do you see the present security challenges that emanate from the situation right now?
Well, Gauri, first and foremost, at the outset, it's very unfortunate as to what has taken place in Bangladesh from the political perspective. And I fought the Bangladesh war, and therefore I hold the interest of Bangladesh very dear. So coming to the specific point of Indian security, you know, Bangladesh is very important for India from the security perspective, both from the external and internal security dimension. First, let's take the internal security, because when the government in Bangladesh, which was non-Awami League government, especially the Bangladesh and National Party, you know, the territory of Bangladesh was being used by those elements which are inimical to India's interest, and especially Jamaati elements. And ISI had actually made deep inroads into Bangladesh, and therefore we found that our security interests were jeopardized, and a lot of anti-India elements were operating there, which was absolutely injurious to our interest. Secondly, if you take the external dimension, you know, Chinese had made very deep inroads into Bangladesh, especially, you know, Madam Zia's government was very pro-Chinese. And that again is a very serious concern, because as you know, the Chinese have adversarial, you know, attitude toward India, aggressive attitude, and what is happening in eastern Ladakh and on the line of actual control. So taking both these things in perspective, I think the development now is not in India's interest, and India will have to be very, very careful and very conscious of how our security interests can be jeopardized both from the internal and the external dimension. Gauri.
Absolutely. In fact, you know, I'm just going to read out some of the latest infrastructure projects that China has had in Bangladesh. There are 7 railway projects, 12 highways, 21 bridges and 31 power stations. So China is a big concern because it's now a big influence in Bangladesh. Now, the other aspect I want to ask you, General Dwivedi, is the fact that the northeast corridor, there are serious security implications. How do you now view those? Do they get heightened in the immediate?
Absolutely, Gauri, because Siliguri corridor is very, very sensitive to us, because it's a very narrow neck which connects mainland India with the northeast. And that has come into focus because Doklam happened there, and Chinese have been very active after Doklam in 2017. They have upgraded the infrastructure, and they are also pushing Bhutan to have an agreement which will give them actually tactical and strategic advantage here. Second point is, you see, Bangladesh, if we have favorable relations, and that's exactly what was during the Sheikh Hasina government, we had made number of connecting corridors, you know, like Dhaka corridor was there, connecting Agartala. Then from Chittagong, we also were connecting to sit where the projects were there. So the point is that Bangladesh is very critical for us, both from the connectivity point of view and also to keep the China's influence on the foreign. And Chinese have made deep inroads in Myanmar. They have got the China-Myanmar economic corridor, and that is coming right into the Bay of Bengal. So I think that overall, the situation is not to India's interest, and it's going to set back the progress we have made, especially with the connectivity, also with the anti-India elements that are operating there. Sheikh Hasina government has gone an extra mile to ensure that India's security interests are well taken care of, and more so, especially from the strategic perspective, tactical perspective, and also from the economic perspective.
General Dwivedi, I'm going to come to some of those aspects. I need to take a very short break. What happens going forward? Bangladesh-China cooperation, Pakistan-Bangladesh cooperation, will that increase? The security implications for India. We come back with also the immediate focus. What happens in the next 24 to 48 hours? I request all my colleagues to stay with us. Rolling coverage of the Bangladesh turmoil continues. We come back after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ results ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of the turmoil that has gripped Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi and I'm joined by General G.G. Dwivedi, who's a defense analyst, to decode the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh and the security implications that arise from it. On your screens, viewers, are those images of vandalism and violence that protesters in Bangladesh have resorted to, even though their number one demand, that Sheikh Hasina should resign as Prime Minister, has been met. The violence and vandalism continues even as the army chief has appealed for calm. He's appealed for protesters to end their violence and go back. The army chief has also promised that there will be an interim government soon, but the security implications of this and the very latest that is happening in Bangladesh is what the focus will be over the next 30 minutes. Let me also get in my colleague Mohammad Ghazali to give us the very latest on what's happening. Ghazali, Sheikh Hasina's plane is expected to land in Delhi anytime soon. Talk to us what is happening right now behind the scenes. What is it that your sources within the government are telling you? How are they going to approach this situation right now?
See, the governments, especially the Ministry of External Affairs sources, are tight-lipped about how she will be received, whether there will be any government representative at the airport to see her or not, or what could be the duration of her stay. Because India is also maintaining a close eye on what is happening in Bangladesh. They don't want to be seen as somebody who has facilitated her escape from Bangladesh. And I'll just give you one update which you're getting from the Students Against Discrimination, that one group which was spearheading this anti-quota stuff in Bangladesh. They have issued a statement after the army said that there will be an interim government. They have said that the power transfer in Bangladesh should be done after prior consultation with the protesters, because they say that they have lost more than 100 people since yesterday. More than 100 people have died or been killed in this protest, so they should be consulted before somebody is appointed as in charge of the interim government in Bangladesh. But as far as Sheikh Hasina's arrival in Delhi is concerned, what we're picking up is that MEA is very tight-lipped about the situation. No one knows that who is going to be at the airport, but certainly there will be back-channel talks which are going on because she's arriving in Delhi.
Tell us, what is her final destination? Where is she headed from India? Where is she headed from Delhi? Tell us that.
Her niece is a parliamentarian in UK, so what we are being told is that she will be departing with her sister. She will be going to London after refueling her at Delhi airport. So her final destination will be London. She is not going to stay here in Delhi for a very long time. It will be ensured that she leaves for London as soon as the refueling is done at the Delhi airport.
Do we know who will be meeting her from the Indian side? Any idea the protocol that could be extended? She's now former Prime Minister of Bangladesh.
Yes, now she's the former Prime Minister, but there is no word as of now that who will be at the airport to see her, whether any Indian government official will go and receive her there. But all the assistance will be provided to her once she lands here in Delhi.
Okay, so along with Sheikh Hasina, her sister Sheikh Rahana is also traveling with her. And as reports seem to suggest right now, and as what Ghazali, my colleague, is telling, that they are headed to London right now, and there's no word on how Indian government is viewing this unprecedented situation in Bangladesh, given that Sheikh Hasina will be in Delhi for some time. Stay with us. I want to quickly get in a word from Vishal, and then I get in General Dwivedi as well. Vishal, now talk to us about the latest that is happening in terms of the protests that are happening. Visuals are coming in as we speak. We are taking them also for our viewers to see that the vandalism is going unabated. It's as if the army chief's appeal is having absolutely no impact on the protesters. What do they really want?
So when the protest began about 2 weeks ago, they demanded that the quota that had been extended to relatives of the freedom fighters who had fought in the 1971 war, so that quota should be scaled back. So that demand, that was the main demand of the protesters, and that actually happened, and that was scaled back after the Supreme Court of Bangladesh stepped in and took away that order. But that calm sustained for only a few days. That was just a few days of calm, and then the protesters started their protest again. That was yesterday when the new non-cooperation movement started, and the protest spread across the country, especially in Dhaka. At least 14 police personnel were killed. and some children and women were also murdered. Some were, lynched. Some were killed brutally. So there were reports all across the country that people were getting killed. Police were firing indiscriminately on the people, on the protesters. So there were some other videos on social media showing that the Bangladesh army had actually stepped in and supported the people in some areas. All of that was happening, and then we heard the reports that Sheikh Hasina has finally stepped down. That was after weeks of protest, after at least 300 people had been killed. And these protests, as you rightly mentioned, have not really stopped after this major decision by the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. They still continue to ransack properties. They continue to take down statues across the country. So that remains to be seen how the army, which has promised that it will bring calm to the country, how the army will actually do that. It has promised that an interim government will be formed soon with the remaining parties. But how that will happen, that remains to be seen, because as you mentioned earlier, the BNP did not fight the elections last time. So how they will work around that, that remains to be seen.
Yes, indeed, Vishal, it remains to be seen how this situation will be brought back to normal. Army chief did also say that there will not be any unprecedented shooting incident or any of that against the protesters. The army chief assured that the protesters will not be shot at, but he's also appealed for calm, but you're not seeing that. Let's get in some of those visuals as we get in General Dwivedi as well. And but first up, viewers tuning in right now, Sheikh Hasina, the 5-time Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled the country in an unprecedented security situation. She first came to power in 1996, was there till 2001, and since 2009, she has been in power. The longest serving Prime Minister of Bangladesh. This was her 4th term. The 4th term started on a note which led to many questions being asked about the elections itself, which was boycotted by the opposition. And since then, there has been a clamor that this election was not conducted in a free and fair manner, and democracy and democratic traditions in Bangladesh were being compromised by Sheikh Hasina. All of that finally led to her ouster, with her now being on way to London with a quick stopover in Delhi. General Dwivedi, I want to first now ask you is that what about the Indo-Bangla border? We'll come to the other aspects related to Pakistan and China, but first the border. That's the immediate security threat, isn't it? It's a porous border.
No, absolutely, because India-Bangladesh border is about 4,050 kilometers, and it's a porous border and a very sensitive border, because as it is, a lot of infiltration and trans-border, breaches take place, and this border is very, very sensitive. I see two very important developments that are taking place. Firstly, Hindu minority population in Bangladesh is very vulnerable. In fact, when we fought the war, that time Hindu population was about 23%, today it's only 8%, and they'll be the first targets. And you can expect a lot of refugees coming in, point number one. And secondly, this is the time when the anti-India forces will gain ground. And therefore, in both the perspective, I think the border is very sensitive, and rightly so. Our security forces, especially guarding the border, must be on full alert, because the sensitivity, the porousness of border, and the length of the border, which is about 4,050 odd kilometers. Gauri.
Okay, let's stay with us, General Dwivedi, because I want to also get in my colleague Shreya as well as Vasudha Venugopal to give us the very latest that's happening. Shreya, you are at the airport. Tell us what's the latest that's coming in. It seems there are some reports suggesting that it could be senior IAF officials, that is the Indian Air Force officials, who could be receiving Sheikh Hasina, but no word is yet, no final confirmation is yet. Over to you. Give us the very latest.
That's right. There is no final confirmation here. We do not see the arrival of Sheikh Hasina, although there are these unconfirmed reports that she will sort of stop over here in New Delhi, and she's on her way to London. And she's, of course, as per sources, she has stopped in northeast city Agartala, the capital of Tripura, which is also the closest to